It is bloody hot here. Bloody hot, mate. Bloody hot, mate. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. So I didn't start with anything because I got a notice yesterday. I guess whenever I play anything, I run the risk of pissing somebody off. But here's where we are. We currently stand at 3,649,990 shares, 10 shares shy of a round number. So we're 3,649,990 shares. We're 2.58% of the outstanding shares, the implied outstanding shares, according to Yahoo. Pretty good, huh? Pretty good. I think it's amazing considering collectively, as far as I know, I mean, as far as published, we're the third largest holder of Railtown, collectively. Pretty good. And we're about to be rewarded for it, I think. Maybe our prayers were answered with what happened with the ceasefire. However, I think it's probably a lull in the storm. But we'll find out. We'll find out. I hope it sticks. I hope it sticks. I'm surprised Iran gave Israel time to reload its anti-ballistic missile systems, because that's all it is. I don't think it's sincere on Netanyahu's part. He just was running out of bullets, so he said, hey, stop picking on me, like any bully. Anyway, let's not get stuck in that. Let's just be glad that there's peace right now. Doug, Pete, all right, I'll keep a new list. Doug is up to 40,000. And what's Tim? I have 5. I guess 5,000. Tim, Casey, 5,000. That's good. That's great. Today the stock. Oh, darn it! I always forget to sign in before I sign on. Get it? Sign in. That's the motto of a generation. Sign in, tune on. Timothy O'Leary. Okay, let's do it. It's bloody hell, mate. It's bloody hot, mate. Bloody hell, mate. All right, Finger is up today to up 10 cents, 216. Nixie's up 4 cents, 187. G-Bucks is essentially flat. I guess it's down a little bit. DJT is up 61 cents. Hey, stock buyback. And then Railtown, as I tuned in, tuned out. Turn on, tune out. 38.72, down almost a penny. It's 385, 0.3855 to 0.39. I think it's just continued chance to buy. Last trade was just 100 shares. And we continue to wait for them to conclude their February 11th announcement that they were acquiring AI partners in total. Oh, 5 shares. Tim Casey has 5 shares. Okay. Well, all right. Hardly worth the commission, but maybe you don't pay commission. For me to buy anything, it's like $5, $4.95 commission. My wife has, wow, okay. You guys are going to be, if this all works out, you guys are going to be the new Dorado Beach. Just writing down those numbers, Steve. That's great. I think that's fantastic. And it's 2185. Yeah, I think that's great. All right, Bill Mico is in. Bought 10,000 more of rail yesterday, up to 120. All right. Tony Pizza. That's a better name than I came up with. I came on strong against him because I felt like he made a friend of mine ill at ease, and it's just unfair. It's just all fudding, and it just offends me. He didn't even know that it's a Canadian company. I mean, this is a guy that ridicules as if he's the only one that's ever seen filings or studied footnotes. It's bringing your attention to a standard footnote, basically. It's unbelievable. But he didn't even know it was a Canadian company. He didn't even know that the offering was priced in Canadian dollars, not US dollars. Because he's just there to cause dissension. And he's paid, by the way. He's paid to do that. Tony, pizza, de Janeiro, di giorno, pizza di giorno. Wow. You're amazing, 808. Must be you must be 8. It's a lucky number. That's awesome. So we're going to be approaching 3,750,000 maybe. Well, 3,700,000 anyway. It's pretty good. DMAC. Awesome, DMAC. That stands for something. I just can't remember what. Hey, Red Pepper. Oh, area code for Hawaii. Hawaii. Hey, Red Pepper. I not think Hawaii. 808. 808. Still, 8 is a lucky number in China. Okay, so let's look at the prices again quickly. Not much movement. Let me just quickly see if this is worth. Okay, so we're trying to learn about AI, and I found an article in Forbes, and I might as well read it because if I did, it'll probably next time I sign on, it'll say you've used your limit of free articles. But it's Market Research 2.0, so it's not really what I Googled for, but it's AI as the ultimate product development partner by Gunjan Paliwal for the Forbes Business Development Council. He's a senior product development and marketing manager. I don't think it'll take long to read. In an era where speed, relevance, and precision define winners, companies can no longer afford to guess what their customers want. I wonder if there could be an AI for when you meet someone in the bar. Anyway, traditional market research, my eyesight's very blurry. Maybe, all right. Traditional market research, think surveys, focus groups, and quarterly reports may provide some direction, but it's like trying to navigate a Formula One race with a rear view mirror. AI is flipping the dynamic. By mining consumer signals across platforms, predicting emerging needs, and simulating future behaviors, artificial intelligence is transforming how companies build and launch products. And it's doing it faster, cheaper, and with more accuracy than any legacy method ever could. Drawing from real-world applications in ideation and early-stage prototyping, I've seen how AI is becoming an indispensable co-pilot in product innovation. That's hurting too. Classic market research offers a backward-looking view. You analyze what happened last quarter, extrapolate, and hope the market doesn't change too much in the meantime. AI, in contrast, thrives on real-time signals, tools leveraging natural language processing, NLP, and machine learning, ML, can scan millions of data points, customer reviews, social posts, support tickets, and even voice calls to surface. The only thing they can't keep track of is buy and sell tickets and stocks on the exchanges. It's the one thing they can't keep track of. So tools leveraging natural language processing and machine learning scan millions of data points to surface insights on evolving preferences, unmet needs, and emotional drivers. see, women shouldn't be allowed to drive. One or the other, vote or drive, but not both. Take Netflix, for example. Its recommendation engine doesn't just improve user retention, it feeds back into content creation, guiding decisions on what genres, story arcs, or formulas to invest in next. It's research, development, and iteration in a single feedback loop. A majority of new products fail. That's not a creativity problem, it's a data problem. Too often, product teams build based on assumptions, not umptions, not intelligence. AI reduces that risk by simulating how different customer segments might respond to a new feature, concept, or message. With predictive modeling, teams can test hundreds of variations in parallel before a single dollar is spent on development. Unilever, however, for instance, uses AI to analyze beauty trends across regions, languages, and platforms, giving them 6 to 12-month leads in terms of time on what consumers will want next. That data drives product formulation, packaging design, and campaign tone. The rise of adaptive research. AI transforms research from a point-in-time exercise to a living process. Instead of fielding a survey every 6 months, imagine having a dashboard that updates hourly, tracking consumer sentiment, unmet needs, and competitor reactions. Brands like Lululemon are using AI to detect micro trends in real time, enabling hot chicks to buy just the correct products to attract attention as they work out. Enabling limited run products that align with fast-moving consumer interests. These insights feed not just product development, but also merchandising, pricing, and supply chain decisions. Move from data collection to data activation. Most companies are sitting on troves of untapped data. CRM logs, call center transcripts, chatbot conversations, and reviews. AI can turn that noise into a narrative. Invest in tools that connect the dots across your data silos and enable your teams to act on insights in days, not quarters. Don't just predict, simulate. The most forward-thinking teams use AI to simulate different go-to-market strategies. What happens if you launch this feature in Brazil first? What if you price it at $39.99 instead of $29.99? AI lets you stress test decisions across geographies, personas, and price points before you commit. Build a human AI collaboration culture. AI is not a crystal ball, it's a compass. The best insights come when data scientists, product managers, and marketers collaborate to frame the right questions and interpret the results critically. Create rituals where AI-driven findings are debated, not blindly accepted. Final thoughts. Let's repeat what we've said several times to conclude. Understanding consumer needs is no longer a periodic research task. It is an always-on strategic function. AI-powered market research offers not only faster insights, but also more adaptive and accurate decision-making. With power comes responsibility, unless you're Israeli. AI systems are only as good as the data and assumptions behind them. That means leaders must address three non-negotiables: data privacy, and that's the key to Ann Wagner overlooking the U.S. markets. Is that her name, Wagner or Wagman or something? But so there's three non-negotiables: data privacy, bias mitigation, and explainability. As generative AI matures, see, it hasn't matured yet, expect to see synthetic focus groups, real-time competitor simulations, and AI-generated consumer personas that evolve dynamically. Sounds like they're getting ready for robotic wives, wives as robots. We're heading toward a future where market research is no longer a silo, but a central nervous system for the business, fueling product, marketing, operations, and strategy in real time. The opportunity is massive, but so is the mindset shift required. For those who embrace it, AI won't just inform product decisions, it will reshape how companies learn, compete, and grow. Somehow, I feel like I didn't learn much reading that article. But we read it. That was our bit of AI learning today. Wow. Iran reopened airspace to commercial flights. Wow. The Department of Energy declares a United States Southeast grid emergency to avert blackouts. It's hot. It's really hot. You know, while we're spending trillions bombing deserts and assaulting mountains on behalf of Israel, our infrastructure here in the United States goes to shite. Who benefits from all that trillions of dollars of spending? The bankers, you're right. Yeah, neocons trying to rule the world. Anyway, let's see what you guys are saying. Giuseppe. He doesn't like the De Janeiro. Scratch off Old Toto up to 35K. I think it was Lewis that helped you calling into Fidelity. I think it was Lewis that did that. All right, Giuseppe. Buon. 35,000. That's great. All right, I don't know while we wait. There's not much more to tell you about Railtown, but I looked up. During this crisis, it's clear that Iran has built or China has built. I don't know who built it, but they have a rail system now linking Iran's oil production with China's oil consumption. And it made me think of how we're just caught up. I don't know what is going on in our heads, but while we're squandering trillions of dollars and human lives and credibility, uh, China's building this Belt Road Initiative, building infrastructure. So I looked up Dr. Stephen Lieb's book. I'm sure he's got another book on the way. He's a busy guy, but this is written and copyrighted in 2021. And his book is China's Rise and the New Age of Gold, How Investors Can Profit from a Changing World. The same person that I suggested to you that Xi might be losing power, this same woman, right now I'm forgetting her name, but she has done a lot of studies on the Chinese population, and it might not be there. So China's success story might have yeah, okay. Um, but anyway, he he predicted some of this, and it's about China, obviously. Paragraph, first part about it is chapter 4, the coming infrastructure explosion. I haven't read every comment Xi Jinping has made since he became China's president in 2013, but I feel confident in venturing that he's never mentioned infrastructure week. I guess we must have had one of those. China and its leaders are long-term oriented. They don't do weeks. Instead, China has made and will be making for years vast investments in infrastructure, both within its own boundaries and on an even greater scale throughout the developing world. This is something I predicted to a girlfriend, and she thought I was loony. So she married someone else. But I predicted it back when George W. Bush was running for president. I didn't write a book, though, so can't prove it to you. China's infrastructure push is something every investor, and particularly every investor interested in gold, should care about a lot. Now, when you say gold, it's platinum, it's silver. I'm a big fan of silver. The problem is silver's breaking out without me on it, but that's all right. Can't be everywhere at the same time. Why should investors care about this? Well, as China builds out its Belt and Road Initiative, it will consume massive amounts of commodities. This will lead to commodity scarcities and rising prices. This is the condition that goes hand in hand with bull markets and gold. Infrastructure covers the gamut of fixed physical assets needed to provide for the common good: power, water, transport, and communications. It includes roads, rails, seaports, airports, cable, and water pipes, dams, hydroelectric plants, oil and gas pipelines, terminals, solar panels, wind turbines, and electric grids. And we just bomb. It further includes installations needed for the internet and the transmission of digital data, the volume of which is growing by leaps and bounds. The onset of fifth-generation wireless networks will be the largest digital expansion, and it will vastly increase the need for infrastructure to accommodate it. I bet silver's in there. None of these things are conjured out of the thin air. They require steel, copper, zinc, silver, and leading the pack, essential in creating and running everything, energy. The greater scope of infrastructure creation that lies ahead, the greater will be the demand for commodities. Infrastructure and by the way, that's coming home to the United States. That is coming home to North America. Infrastructure creation is just the start, however. Once infrastructure is built, good infrastructure doesn't just sit there. It promotes economic growth, and that in turn leads to further demand for resources. Infrastructure is the great enabler of commerce and wealth growth. An economy can't function if goods can't be shipped. If there aren't docks for loading and unloading of goods, if energy and water can't flow to factories and homes, if there aren't cities where people can come together right now over me and work, if people and companies lack the means to communicate. The initial building of infrastructure will devour huge amounts of commodities. That's coming here. After that, though, infrastructure generates a further call on resources, especially in developing countries. As infrastructure spurs economic growth and raises living standards, demand will grow for more things. Cars to drive along the roads, air conditioners, washing machines, for all the new buildings, new urban centers, cell phones, TVs, and more. These products require large quantities of commodities. China's push to build infrastructure at home and throughout the developing world is tantamount to a vast acceleration in demand for resources of all kinds. Infrastructure, of course, does not get talked about in the United States. The need to improve and replace aging infrastructure in this country is clear. And Republicans and Democrats alike agree it's essential. It is. The American Society of Civil Engineers, they never raise their voice, issues report cards for every 4 years evaluating the state of U.S. infrastructure. The latest was in 2017, when the United States got a D+. It's pretty good for not attending class. The same grade it received in 2013. The engineers estimate the United States would need to spend $4.5 trillion by 2025 to bring infrastructure up to acceptable levels. $4.5 trillion by 2025. Do you know what Israel's going to cost to rebuild? $1 trillion. No, you know who it's going to benefit? Larry Fink. Why don't we tell Larry Fink we'll make him rich here in the United States? He can spend $4.5 trillion making the United States great again, rather than MIGA making Israel great again. So they can just continue to attack all of their neighbors. Could you imagine living next to somebody like that? This might underestimate the need as crisis after crisis erupts, from bridges collapsing to devastating wildfires in California. This is before the most recent one. The 2018 Camp Fire in California was the most destructive in history. Wow. Involved the snapping of transmission lines installed in 1921. While we go around the world making Fink rich, starting wars on behalf of Fink so that Fink can reconstruct, why do we go along with this? Why? For a country of 10 million people, which is probably going to be 6 or 7 million after this because everyone's going to leave. We don't care about our own country of 340 million people. And by the way, Dr. Lieb, as you may well guess, he is Jewish. So it's not about blanket statements, of course. Despite the obvious and urgent need for a major national commitment to upgrade U.S. infrastructure from sea to shining sea, little is being done. If the United States gets its act together and spends the trillions of dollars here instead of bombing every country in the world on behalf of Israel, if the United States spends the trillions of dollars needed, this would add to the overall amount of infrastructure creation in the coming years and the demand for commodities. But any efforts by the United States would still be dwarfed by what's going on in the East, led by China. As long as China remains on track, the infrastructure explosion will happen. According to the latest data supplied by the IMF, for the 5-year stretch, 2010 through 2015, China spent about 8.3% of its gross domestic product on infrastructure. This compares to 2.3% for the United States, and it translates into $8 trillion worth of new infrastructure, close to the entire infrastructure base of the United States, which is estimated at around 10 trillion. The OECD indicates that in 2017, China spent about $635 billion on transportation infrastructure, including road, rail, airports, and waterways, while we bombed the hell out of the Middle East. The United States spent $90 billion, much of it in the form of repairs, rather than adding to the existing base. Homing in, or is it honing in? I got to look that up. I don't like homing in. I like honing in. But anyway, homing in on just one form of infrastructure, rail, conveys a sense of China's ability to act as opposed to talk, and to act effectively. In 2007, China had 48,000 total rail miles. Some 15,000 miles were electrified, and 252 miles were high speed. By 2010, that's 3 years later, the number had risen to 57,000 total miles, 3,000 of which were high speed. That would mean by the end of 2020, high-speed rail will make up 10% of total rail miles, up from a fraction of 1% in 2007. The United States has 140,000 miles of rail track. Most of it was built before 1930, and some of it goes back to the 1850s. No new track has been built since 1950. Let's just give Larry Fink the job of rebuilding the United States. We don't have to go bomb any countries on behalf of Israel. Let us just come back here and build our own country, and Larry, you can get just as rich. We'll run it all through you. What's the advantage of electrified trains compared with diesel-powered trains? They bring faster travel times. They are cheaper and more reliable. Less wear and tear. Renewable fuels. As for high-speed rail, it transports large numbers of people between cities more quickly and more reliably than cars or planes can do. Beijing-based journalist Frank Siren, writing for the German business Handelsblatt, reported in 2017 China's high-speed rail network, 8 separate lines, accounted for about 2/3 of the global network. By 2030, China aims to have 80% of the Chinese cities linked to the network. One of China's newest high-speed trains, called the Fuxing, I wonder if you can do any Fuxing while on the Fuxing, means renewal, began operating in September 2017. It makes the 808-mile trip, and that's not the area code, 808-mile trip for luck between Beijing and Shanghai in about 4.5 hours. This easily bests Germany's high-speed trains, which take 6 hours to travel between Hamburg and Munich, around half the distance. China spent $118 billion on high-speed rail in 2016 and has put aside $500 billion for high-speed rail in the current 5-year plan. We're going to spend $500 billion rebuilding Israel. MEGA, make Israel great again. And it'll go through Larry Fink. We're not going to do anything for people here. Most recently, in September 2018, China inaugurated, and by the way, the Zionists, they'll just move over there when it's rebuilt. We'll be stuck with trains that careen from bridge to bridge on their way to New York, wobbling and throwing and stalling and stopping and breaking down. They even put in a high-speed rail link from Hong Kong. As for the United States, consider California's long-time and still futile effort to create high-speed rail link between Los Angeles and San Francisco. The effort was approved in 2008 with a budget of $40 billion. Various studies. March 18, a new plan. The cost will exceed $77 billion. And projected the first bullet plan trains might run in 2027, though not very far. Rail is just one example of China's rapid and efficient infrastructure buildup at home. Its electric grid is another. Ultra-high voltage grid. By November 2018, Next Big Future, a web publication, had an article called China's Giant Ultra-High Voltage Grid is as ambitious as its high-speed rail. Ultra-high voltage, UHV, power lines transmit energy at ultra-rapid speeds, allowing electricity to travel long distances with very little power loss. It means that power generated in one region can travel across continent-wide stretches to run factories, light homes, and so on. As a result, UHV power lines make it possible for electricity generated, such as hydropower dams, often located far away from populated regions, to send power quickly and efficiently to where it can do the most goods. But let's just keep bombing. Let's not worry about it here. It doesn't help the banksters here. Building this shit here doesn't help the banksters. We've got to turn it around that when building happens here, it makes Larry Fink rich. And then our infrastructure could be on a par with the rest of the world's. Stephen Shu, a Nobel Prize winning analyst, physicist, said, China has the best transmission lines in terms of the highest voltage and lowest loss. They can transmit electricity over 2,000 kilometers and lose only 7% of energy. Unbelievable. If we transmitted over 200 kilometers, we would lose more than that here in the United States. Of course, some people are skeptical, which I am a little bit. China's so-called ghost cities. Let's not talk about ghost cities. It's just boring. Just boring. Overall point is that new infrastructure underpins China's unprecedented urbanization program. All right, I'll leave the rest. The next part about it is what he's doing in Asia, and that's the connection to Iran, the rail from Iran to China for oil. Hey, June R., how are you? I know that makes noise, so I need to find something to put it on, but I want to get my pad free in case somebody else gives me. The word is bueno, bueno. See, I don't know my every letter, no tricks. Buono, 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 buono. B-U-O-N-O. Buono, buono. Just stop by to have a cup of coffee, friend. Well, I might as well put him up. I don't know if I'm going to give this guy any time. Doesn't want to set anyone off. He's here as a friend. He did spend $500 on Railtown, but he's too scared to buy any more. Here you are with your latest scam, RLAIF, God is watching. Well, it's an interesting point. God is watching. That was the subject of Mass this week. Where is God? Where is Jesus? You know, and the point the priest made is he's here. Come to Mass. He's here in the body and blood of Christ. He's here waiting for you. Only 20%, apparently 20% of Catholics in DC go to Mass every Sunday. But to your point, if God is watching, I'm sure he is. But I think he's got much bigger things to address, like the extermination of an entire people and children in Gaza Strip. I don't think he's here particularly concerned on whether we make money on a trade. I think now's a good time for my Jennifer disclosure, which is I have not been paid by Railtown. I have not been given shares or warrants or any compensation at all by Railtown Technologies AI. They haven't even purchased a cup of coffee for me or a dinner or anything. So this idea is my own. Others, I mean, I'm not saying that others are not due credit for the ideas and the thoughts and all that, but it's my own. And I would just suggest, Craig, that the reason you're here is you're losing money. I did not know that there's a big short in Railtown. It's not something that was ever part of my rationale for this company. But if you look at this, Craig, you can see that you guys have shorted 40,776,000 shares. Now, I don't know that these numbers have ever worked before in terms of causing a squeeze, and I am not in any way suggesting there will be a squeeze here. But if just a part of those numbers are correct, Craig, you've got a real problem, and no wonder you're here. No wonder you're here. The average squeeze price is 34 cents. And if you go to the top of the page, the most recent squeeze prices are here: 39, 38, 37, 38, 37, 34, 31, 34, 36. So you're in trouble. Your day trading has cost you money. So I don't blame you for being here. I just wish you were more honest about your motives. I'm here from Insight. All right. If you're here for Insight, you've come to the right place. All I've got is Insight. That's what I was just talking about, that they've built a rail line to Iran so they can deliver oil from Iran. Roger Rabbit just bought 650,000 shares. What price is his stock? Do you see he can award himself cash and he can keep his ownership up there, but maybe it means something. Maybe it means it's about to go up. Chart looks pretty good, actually. In the short run, the chart looks good on Genus. It looks good. It looks like somebody knows something. If you want to go trade it, go trade it. That guy disgusts me. Absolutely disgusts me. He destroyed everybody's wealth, claimed that it was his fight. He did deals with the shorts. And now he's in a position to reestablish his ownership of his shitty company. And he burned all of y'all's ownership percentage ownerships. I don't find this man to be a very pleasing person to think about. So you're welcome to go become his partner in business. I would have no interest in being partners with the drum major. I'd have no interest, but you can make money on it if you want. You're paying 60 cents, and to make as much as I think you can make in Railtown in the next few weeks, it would have to go to $6 to maybe $10 from here. And it actually looks like it could go up to 5 or even 20. But the problem is he's probably going to do another deal with some suck-ass firm, and then you get destroyed. You know, if you trust him, go do it. Go follow him. Maybe now he's going to be fighting the shorts. It's his $1 billion fight. You can have him. I've had enough narcissism in my life. I can't deal with another one. Pete the Greek debating another 5. All right, let me try to get you to buy 5 more. Quintum, the story of their dividend proceeds of lawsuit awards. Yeah. Do I have to study that story? Guys, I'm giving you the only thing you need to do. It's right in front of you. You don't have to do these shit companies. Railtown shouldn't be in the bin with all these shit companies. It shouldn't. Railtown will be, let's call it, not now, but it'll be a blue chip technology company within 18 months. It'll be in every portfolio. This crap, QNTM. Let me see what that is. Quantum Biofarma. Hey, they got quantum in the name and they got Biofarma. It's got to be worth something. Yeah, the stock's actually, the chart looks good though. So hush my mouth. The chart, that chart's actually looks pretty strong. It's gone, it broke out very nicely. Yeah. $27. It looks like it could go to 50. Looks like it can go to 75. So Justin, please go have fun with that one. I think the most it can do I guess it can go up 10x if it goes to $275, which it has been in the past. So it must be a compelling story. I'm worn out. I just, healthcare, biotechnology. Well, someone's been buying a lot of the stock in QNTM, so that's a good sign. It's always good to hop on board something that's already left the station. Feels good. You're part of it. Hopefully that your timing is correct. It's good to see a lot of buying in there, 5% buying. All right, Justin, I'll just change this channel. Let's just start talking about QNTM. QNTM 2666, Quantum Biofarma. I know you guys can afford a lot of shares of a $27 stock, so let's focus on it. Maybe we can each buy 100 shares, 500 shares, and let's see how much money we can make. Quantum Biopharma announces first person with multiple sclerosis scanned in joint study. Okay, that's good. Quantum Biopharma announces intention to declare special dividend of contingent value rights linked to future litigation settlement proceeds. All right, let's just spend time talking about this useless distraction. Okay, so Quantum Biopharma is dedicated to building a portfolio of innovative assets and biotech solutions. It's pleased to announce its intention to declare a special dividend consisting of contingent value rights to be issued on a one-for-one basis to holders of the company's Class B subordinate voting shares. Each CVR will entitle the holder to receive a pro rata portion of a minimum of 10% and a maximum of 50% of the net proceeds ultimately recovered by the company, if any, in connection with its legal action against CIBC World Markets, RBC Dominion Securities, which seeks damages in excess of $700 million. So you're looking at 10%, 70 million, 50%, 350 million. Let's talk about this because it's so important to making wealth and creating a valuable portfolio for people here. This is so important. The board will approve the exact payout percentage at a later date. The record date for the proposal has not been set, and the company will provide updates in due course. The CVRs will not be listed on any exchange, will be non-transferable, will not carry interest or voting, and will be redeemable only for cash. Shareholders are our biggest asset. This proposed special dividend underscores our commitment to ensuring our shareholders benefit directly from the outcome of this significant litigation, said Sijan Saeed, CEO of Quantum Biopharma. We are aligning our interests by creating a legally enforceable right, which rewards shareholders if and when the value is recovered. Okay. I think, Justin, you found it. You found the stock that we should be focusing on. From now on, this will be the only stock I talk about. It's $27. Let's see, if we sold our shares here, we could afford to buy 100,000 shares of this, and it goes to $60. We could turn our $4 million in Railtown into maybe $6 million of this stock. And wow, and maybe we get after litigation, we'll get something. What a great story. What a great story. I don't know, Justin. Is it just because I try to be too conservative? Is it just because the emotionalism of these other stocks get you? I don't care. Go buy this. Please go buy it. Looks like a great story. The stock chart does look good. You'll probably be able to double your money. Hey, that's a good, in a normal situation, that's good. So he says here that you could, if the lawsuit works out, you might get 50% of 700 million. That's 350 million. But it might be 70 million. But let's go with a high number. 350 million distributed to you. Wow. That's just awesome. Let's see how many shares there are in quantum biopharmaceuticals. Let's just see. The market cap 67 million. That's a positive. It's not that big. So they have 500,000 shares outstanding. No, sorry, that's the volume. They have only 3 million, 2.93 million shares. So they only have 3 million outstanding. So if you got a distribution of 350 million divided by 3 million shareholders, it'd be $116 a share. That's pretty impressive. Go do it, Justin. Go do it. Go do it. Go buy it. I'll stop talking to you about Railtown. I think you found something that's much more exciting. You have a chance at $116 a share distribution of a lawsuit. I don't know, 2 years down the road, a year, 1 year, I don't know. It might only be a tenth of that. It could be $11 a share distribution. But please go chase it. Just go chase quantum. Chase it. Chase Genius Brands too. That guy is an impressive guy. I just can't help you. I can't help you. I can't help you. Let me run through Railtown again. Railtown is Lang Tracks. Rail Tracks. Conductor. Something like Shredder. So Railtown right now is 5 products, and they announced 2 revenue deals, although they didn't talk about the revenue, but they announced 2 revenue deals. One was a London Stock Exchange ESG type thing, and the other one it just was announced last week, and I can't remember exactly the field it's in, but 2 companies that would use Conductor. So anyway, this is a revenue sharing agreement, and these are their 4 products. I don't think 5 products. I don't think it compares to Quantum. I think Quantum Bio biosciences, Justin, I think that's the thing you should focus on. It's the hot subject today, and when you invest emotionally, you got to chase the emotion. Rah rah, that's what we're here for, and it's already run up. It's already run up. But I just don't think there's any help. I just don't know where to go with this. I really don't know where to go with this. For those of you who want to chase something that's already up, and has a special dividend tied to a lawsuit, please jump into Quantum. Quantum is Quantum. Justin's recommending it to you. Quantum is a company who, according to their news, it's a leading provider, according to Singular Research. It's a leading provider of independent research on small, okay, that's this company. So Quantum Biofarma has achieved a significant progress with its FSD 202 program, receiving Human Ethics Review Committee approval for phase 2 clinical trial targeting nochioplastic pain in patients with idiopathic mast cell activation syndrome. The randomized double-blind trial will enroll 60 patients who will receive a placebo or the drug twice daily for 56 consecutive days, so you have to wait 2 months, with primary outcome measuring decrease in average pain intensity. This is a significant unmet medical need, and it has potential applications across many inflammatory diseases. The company continues to advance its flagship Lucid MS program, expecting to file a package on that with the FDA in the fourth quarter of this year, so you got to wait till the fourth quarter. A successful IND filing would represent a critical validation milestone, enable placement of phase 2 trials, which of course don't cost any money, and we won't be raising any money through shitheads on Wall Street. We won't have that problem here. For this proprietary compound designed to treat progressive multiple sclerosis through non-immunomodality approach. To support this development, Quantum Biofarma has initiated a joint study with Massachusetts General Hospital using PET imaging. So they're still in the research and development stage. But let's get into that, Justin. Let's put our money here, there. There's no reason to experience the 10 or 15x right ahead of us, potentially, obviously, in Railtown. Let's just focus on quantum. The first patient has already been scanned using this technique. The company's subsidiary, Celly Nutrition, has changed its name to Unbuzzed Wellness Inc. God, I want to be in a wellness company. And engaged a leading audit for NMP LLP to conduct the audits for an initial public offering. The IPO will provide access to capital and will avoid Roth Capital, will avoid the Kramers, will avoid any of the criminals. Now, I think you're onto something here, Justin. I think you're onto something here. They're going to continue diversifying its treasury holdings towards Bitcoin. Man, You've found it, Justin. You've found the company. They now have put $5 million in Bitcoin. Are they a biopharma company, or are they gambling on crypto? What do they do? And they have these contingent value rights. Potential litigation, it's potential litigation proceeds exceeding 700 million. But they're going to get a pro rata share of 10 to 50%. They reported no revenues for the first quarter of this year, and it remains in clinical development stage. It's an R&D company. But hey, Justin, I think you nailed it. You found the company we should flock to. All the work we've done for the last months in RLAIF, fuck it. Let's jump to quantum biopharmaceutical. It's up. Sometimes I wonder why. Why give advice to people who just won't learn? Quantum Biopharma maintains a robust pipeline addressing unmet medical needs, brain disorders, and alcohol health. They're the only one out there with all this crap. Lucid MS, proprietary compound. They're never going to need money. And they're not going to be diluted all to hell by these criminals that come on here to make fun of me. No, I think you found it, Justin. I think you found it. Man, amazing how you can do that. A guy like me who works the phones and studies companies, and I am blown away that in one effort you could come through with the stock to buy. Now, the fact that you're telling me about the stock at $27, when I would have been much more impressed if you had told me about it at $3 or $4 or $5. But that it didn't interest you then, because it's moving. You've got to be in it. It's moving. It's going up. I got to be in it. Everybody's in it. It's working. I got to be in it. Let's get in it. Let's get in it. Justin, I just don't know where to go with that. I just don't know where to go with it. It pains me so much. It means I just wasted all my time. Just waste my time. I'm gonna locate the research report on Railtown that was written a year ago, third party. And I will point out to you that with Railtown, it's similar to getting into quantum at $3 instead of at $27. But if you want to chase, that's what these MFers want you to do, because that's when they steal money from you. You want to be an amateur, be an amateur. I do agree that the chart looks it looks like it can go higher. So go chase 30% higher, please. Go chase it. I can't find this research report. Oh, I know where I can look. Sorry, it's taking me a long time to find the research. Here it is. I don't, with this computer setup, I can't play it at the same time. So I'll read it to you. I'm just blown away. I'm just set back on my back foot that I've got to focus on quantum biosciences, a company that takes quantum, which is a buzzword, with biosciences, another buzzword, creates a company, and I'm astonished. I'm sure it's a great company. I think you should go invest in it. I'm trying to give you something that's not only going to give you 10x, it can give you much more than that. But please, please, just get distracted by that. Go put money in it. Let me know how it works out. All right, so Railtown Technologies on July 2nd, 2024, Research Capital Corporation put out a speculative buy at $2 on Railtown. The CFA that wrote it is Venakata Velagapudi, and there's no discussion of his or her training. Railtown AI Technologies, advanced AI for efficient software development. This is a year ago. Railtown AI is pioneering a powerful tool to transform and enhance software development efficiency and quality. We believe the company's first mover advantage and the founder's history of success position it well to capture a meaningful share of the market over the long term. We initiate coverage with a speculative buy rating and a target price of $2. Railtown AI, poised for growth in the expanding software development market. Railtown AI is developing a robust tool to revolutionize software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Acting as an intelligent assistant, it learns client software and automates repetitive tasks, monitors performance, and serves as a built-in quality checker. The platform currently functions as a root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator, with future enhancements including automatic ticket generation and no-code virtual software development. Railtown's addressable market is projected to exceed $3 billion by 2024, driven by the expanding global population of software developers. The company's sales strategy targets SMBs and enterprises through direct sales partnerships with Microsoft, partners like Quisitive. These collaborations leverage established networks to accelerate user adoption and scale the platform efficiency. Well, let's just start with the addressable market at 3 billion. They have 4 products. They just announced a 5th. They've just announced 2 revenue deals. Can these 5 products get a meaningful share of $3 billion? Well, let's use the trickery. Well, it's not trickery. It's just press release. They said you can participate in QNTM of over $700 million. And then later on, it says 50%, 10%. Well, let's put it that way. You can participate up to $3 billion with Railtown. By the way, it might only be 50% or 10%. Let's assume it's 10%. It's $300 million just on Railtown. This is an AI Partners. And let's assume the numbers for buyouts of AI companies now is 100 times revenue to 150 times revenue. Let's go to the maximum, 150 times revenue. $150 times 300 million. 300 million, not 3 billion, 300 million. Divided by, I'll expand the number of shares, expand it to 170 million from 140. That's $264 a share. $264 a share. That's Railtown claiming 10% of the addressable market from a research report a year ago. But I'm using the high end of the acquisition price. So if you want to cut that in half to 70 times, that gives you $132. If you want to cut that in half to 35 times, that gives you a target of $66. If you want to cut that in half to 15 times, gives you a target price of $33. But hey, Justin, I think you should shift. I don't know, I have it here somewhere, how much money you have in Railtown. I think you should put some money in quantum. I mean, you might be able to turn it into something, and I just wonder why I don't just turn this computer off and go read a novel for the rest of the summer. All right, Pete, I'll tell you what I think about Railtown. Railtown, when I first heard the story about Railtown, what appealed to me about it is very similar to a oil and gas company that I've been trying to raise money for, a service company. What they do, it's a group of guys who twice before have built software companies for oil and gas. And at least once, I think both times, sold it to KKR for 10x. This time, same group of guys, what they've designed is a software system that is cloud-based rather than in the engineer's office or on a what do you call those things? Mobile home that's set up at site. This is in the cloud. So it gets rid of all that equipment around. It's in the cloud, it's real time, and the monitoring is at the front of the drill bit. So what happens is, and I'm not a scientist or a geophysicist or a steerer for these drill bits, but what you go in and you'll drill down a few thousand feet, you'll turn the bit horizontal, and you'll go out 2 miles or 3 miles or further. But if your zone is 12 inches thick, and there might be some faults, there might be some undulations, you can cowboy it. And so as you're drilling, you're guessing where you're getting feedback. So you know you're in the zone. You're from the crap that's coming through the back of the drill bit back. You test it, you see if there's oil and gas. But it's delayed. You know, it's information that's coming from 2 miles down the bit, and that comes back, and you can cowboy it. But you can be in the zone maybe 65, 75% of the time, and then you frack it, and you're producing out of maybe 75% of the zone of interest, and you've spent all the money to drill it. Well, this alternatively, now there's competing technologies, but alternatively, this uses software and uses some sort of geo communication from the front of the bit, so that if the engineer is on site and the CEO is in Dubai pitching the company to raise some money, and the geologist is in New York with his mother-in-law, and they all have to be in on the decision of what do you do with where this bit goes. All they have to do is turn on the laptops, turn on their phone even, and they can study it real time. You can make a decision within a minute, within 30 seconds. All right, we think you should be down a little bit, whatever. So the goal is, just to cut to the chase, and the experience is, by the way, in this company's case, a lot of companies are using this technology. It's a private company. Instead of, I'm making up the numbers, instead of being 75% in the zone, they're 95% in the zone. So you can see you increase your performance because your drill bit is in the zone of interest for 95% of the time, maybe better, instead of cowboying it. And a lot of that's that real-time feature. It's also the cloud computing. So anyway, they've developed this, and I've been following the company for 3 years, and it's a good friend of mine. And they've just finished funding their last round, probably their last round too. And they have developed 26 companies use the product, that's my memory. And And they love it. They love it. And it'll be bought out by Schlumberger, or it'll be bought out by Halliburton, or it'll be bought out maybe by a bigger company, although those companies are plenty big. So they just want to build up their clients, build up their revenues, make sure that it's working positively. And the next thing you know, it'll sell maybe at 10x, 5x, 20, 15, 20x to its valuation to one of the big companies. And so when I met this story, and it was described to me that what they've done is they've developed an artificial intelligence platform, several of them, which is proprietary. It's a closed system, so it's not an open AI. It's inside of their own company's product. It stays there, and it's constantly learning and improving. And the way it was originally described to me is that this product can take legacy software of big companies, a real estate company, a sales company, medical company, and it can determine where the problem is with the legacy software and fix it and install better solutions. To me, it's all makes my eyes glaze over. It's about as exciting as watching golf on a Sunday morning to me. But the economic numbers stood out to me. It was told to me when I first heard about it that a typical company, when they have a software problem to fix, they have to bring in a bunch of engineers. It's a huge budget, and it can take 18 months or longer going through the code, locating the problem, fixing it, and upgrading. It's a massive budget item, and it takes a long time. Well, this initially was described to me, it takes 18 months of a software team's work down to minutes. And maybe one person. So even I can realize your time issue and opportunity cost of lost business is gone, and you're not spending as much money. So I got that right away. And then that it's cloud-based if you want it to be. You don't have to have it cloud-based. You can have it inside of your company. But it's cloud-based, and I thought, wow, I get this. I've heard this kind of story before. And their partners, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and several others. At that time, they didn't have AMD. And so it immediately made sense to me. Just like Halliburton, Schlumberger would buy this software company that helps horizontal drilling stay in the zone almost 100% of the time using software and the cloud. And it will be, after they get their client base, it's competing with your Schlumbergers and your Halliburtons and some of the other companies out there. But after they have their client base, obviously one of those, Schlumberger or Halliburton, come and buy it, or maybe KKR or one of the big funds will buy it. So I thought, well, obviously, if they build up their clients, Microsoft or NVIDIA buy the company. So when I first heard it, that's when I started telling people about it. Brilliant. The stock had been, in US dollars, it had been 60 cents. It was trading in the mid 30s. So you're not even over, you're not paying the highs. And in the development cycle, it was already through all of its R&D. They were going in the commercialization stage. They were out marketing their product. And apparently, from the information I get, their product is incredible. It's a first mover, and it's gaining widespread acceptance. So I thought, wow, you get in it, they get a few clients, and this is technology. You want to buy it before a competitor comes in. So in 6 months, they'll be talking about selling the company. Brilliant. And you don't have to wait. It's not like calling you up like this company I'm just telling you about uh, uh, in the oil and gas software space. I've known about it since its inception, and all the R&D and all the mistakes. They now have the clients, but it's been 3 or 4 years. Well, Railtown's already done all that. We've already done all that. And so I thought, wow, that's a great story. They went to the shows, they went to the conferences, they started pitching their their product, and they ran into AI Partners Network, founded, at least in part, by the guys who were the architects of Constellation Software, and by guys who were CEO and president of the venture fund and founder of a venture fund and just the fund for the retirement of Ontario municipal employees. Not a huge fund, half a trillion, $500 million. Not huge, but significant, very active deal flow. And wow, that's pretty good. They're going to join them. That's great. And the announcement is that they're going to use Conductor across 150 companies, 160 companies. That's great news. Great. They're going to sell more. That makes that first scenario even better. They'll be able to gain clients. They'll go up that valuation curve. And when Microsoft buys them, I'm making it up, just like Halliburton or Schlumberger in my other story. When Microsoft or NVIDIA buys them, it'll be a huge number. That's a great story. Well, then they got the deal with AMD. Oh, wow, there's another competitor. There's another buyer. So they've got partners of Microsoft, NVIDIA, and AMD. Those are 3 natural buyers. Yeah, that's a pretty good story too. All right, I like it. But how long are we going to have to wait? Well, not too long, because they'll get some of these contracts. And next thing you know, these 3 companies or someone else will be bursting ahead of each other just to try to buy the technology and take it off the market. And then they put it inside of their own sales force and they grow it that way. And I get that whole thing. Most people don't. These big companies would rather pay up after the technology is proven than start from scratch when it's much smaller. So that plan was working fine. I had a small position. All my positions are small now. I had a small position in that, small position in Nixie and G-Bucks. And I don't know if I had anything in anything else. I think I was in and out of Next Trip. And maybe one other thing. I can't remember. So I thought, great. That's a good trade. That's going to be a good trade. That'll be terrific if that works out. Well, then all of a sudden in February, And I had a little wind of it, not specifics, but I kept checking in. Why is everything taking so long? I would have expected more to have happened by now. More contracts, more scuttlebutt about growth. What's taking so long? And I heard a little bit, well, there might be something, this AI partners group really likes Conductor, really likes the product. So then it was announced that Railtown is buying AI partners, but you got to wonder who's really organizing all that. But the reasoning, and well, I've read it to you so many times, but in case there's somebody here that's new to it, we'll hit the highlights. On February 11th, they announced Railtown is pleased to announce it has executed a memorandum of understanding for the acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp. AIP has an established affiliate network of over 160 primarily North American AI SaaS, software as a service companies that provide AI-based vertical market solutions. This is the same model, this vertical market solutions. It's the same model Constellation Software uses to acquire software companies and roll them up into Constellation Software, taking that stock from $1 to $5,000 without issuing many shares. It took over a decade once it kicked into gear. AI-based vertical market solutions and AI development and management tools. The acquisition will create a dynamic organization that drives substantial revenue growth and scales AI solutions worldwide. AIP's affiliate network operates in 13 countries and delivers AI-based solutions to a diverse client base across multiple industries. And there's a bunch of industries. This is going to allow both organizations, Railtown and AIP, an opportunity to leverage Railtown AI's Conductor product as a platform of choice for AI application development by AIP's current and future affiliates and their end users. One of the fundamental objectives of the establishment of AIP Affiliates Network was to allow AIP to identify and acquire the best affiliates as part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. The transaction is expected to provide the resulting entity capital as they acquire these smaller companies. AIP's established affiliate network provides a significant opportunity to grow recurring revenue streams through affiliate acquisitions, which could be enhanced by deploying Railtown AI's proprietary technologies across the affiliate networks and customers. And they give the key drivers of this acquisition, which are the affiliate acquisitions, which apparently as of February, collectively did $400 million in revenue. Then they integrate they cross-sell. They use their various, particularly Railtown's Conductor. And then they expand their partnerships. They have partnerships with MILA, AMII, Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD, UBC. They can leverage that. And they can build recurring enterprise revenue. All right, I'm not going to read all the quotes. Canaccord Genuity is the exclusive financial advisor. Canaccord is one of the top 4 brokerage firms in Canada. So and then it says both companies are working toward finalizing a letter of intent to formalize the acquisition in coming weeks. Now, what this news story does to the computers out there, that the criminals that come on here to pretend they're good guys, their computers go out, find that news, and they notice it's an MOU, and then they are working on a letter, finalizing a letter of intent over the coming weeks. What does that mean to the criminals? They're going to need money, and it's not finalized. So let's just start selling stock. We'll suppress the price. Any agreed deal between CEOs will get busticated, and the price will keep going down because the deal's not going to happen. CEOs no longer happy with how many shares had been agreed. And that's the state of our financial market. And this guy, Chris, comes on and says, God is watching, when it's he who's destroying companies. I hope God is watching, but I think God's got other things on his mind. But I hope God's watching. So, what does it mean to have, they're working on finalizing a letter of intent in the coming weeks. That's after February 11th. What does it mean? Now that we're here in July, what does it mean? Well, I think it means 3 things. One, they've been working on finalizing this agreement. Secondly, I think these guys have been through it before. They've built companies before, just like in my example of the oil and gas software team. They've done it twice before. These guys each have done it twice before. So I think they know if they're going to acquire companies, they have to acquire them before they make the announcement. Because if they do it one at a time, it's like what happened to Logic. It gets destroyed. And then Craig and his criminal friends can make their money without God watching, because they're the chosen ones. God's on their side. Steal all you can, God says. Because Goyim Anoyim. Funny God, really a funny God. So I think some of the time consumed can be explained, to put it bluntly, by documents required to acquire, I don't know, 2 dozen companies. Why do I say that? The AI partners, according to information that was on Twitter, in February does 400 million in revenue. The 80-20 rule is always given as an example. 20% of your clients are going to give you 80% of your revenue. 20% of your salesmen are going to do 80% of the production, over and over and over. And I noticed in my own career that it's even tighter than that. I don't know what, if there's a rule about it, But you get the bulk of your revenue from just a handful of your clients, and you spend all your time with them. So um, uh, I think that Railtown AI knows which of the customers one of the fundamental objectives in the establishment of AIP's affiliate network was to allow AIP to identify and acquire the best affiliates as a part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. There it is. It's right there. Just got to read it. It's right there. And it comes as a surprise to no one that Tony the Cheese De Janeiro didn't look it up, didn't read this. So anyway, I think that's one of the reasons for the delay. Is there, and I take it as a very good thing. They're going to roll up the best of these companies to try to claim the majority of that 400 million as they start out of the gate. That's my interpretation of the delay. Am I right? I have no idea. And God's watching. That's what Craig wants you to know. God is watching. God is watching. My name is Craig. Look me up. It's the only name in the phone book. I'm Craig and I'm on your side. God, these people. The third thing about this MOU LOI. So the first thing is the computers come in and sell, which is why these guys are in trouble. The second thing is the long period of time, in my judgment, is because they are enacting this strategy that's stated in the press release. Identify and acquire the best affiliates. And they know they better get it because they're professionals. Unlike Logic, who's run by a bunch of amateurs, they were going to buy 8 companies at $1 billion. They bought 1, and now it's worthless. They're not going to let that happen here. So I take it as a really positive sign that it's taken longer. It's frustrating waiting. It's no question about it. But anyway, the third thing is during this period of the quiet period, the investment banker, Canaccord, will have Railtown on its system-wide restricted list. So retail brokers cannot call their clients and solicit orders. They cannot solicit orders. They can take an unsolicited order, but they have to ask. They have to mark the ticket unsolicited. And it used to be anyway. You had to know your customer. You had to kind of ask, why are you doing this? What's the reason? They had to make sure that the customer really was doing it based on her own desires rather than some sort of inside information or trading, because it's on the restricted list. So retail can't call their clients. Institutionals on the restricted list. They can't solicit orders from their clients. And Canaccord is the 4th largest, it looks like, brokerage firm in Canada. So they have all the clients that all the rest of them have. They cannot solicit orders. The other brokerage firms don't even know about Railtown. They got their own investment banking companies to deal with. So I think when this deal gets done, you're going to see Canaccord be able to lift that restriction so buyers can start coming in. Now, those can be, I doubt retail brokers at Canaccord will pitch the stock when it's under a certain number. I don't know what that number up in Canada is. Down here, it's usually around $5 a share. So that remains potential energy. But the institutional side, those brokers can go maybe to family offices, to small investment groups that focus on early stage companies. They can go to their clientele and start pitching the stock maybe at $1. We'll find out. We'll find out. We'll find out. And then at $2, maybe retirement funds can come in. At $3, maybe the bigger institutions can come in. We'll find out. But for now, none of them can buy. None. Unless it's unsolicited. How are they going to hear the story? They can't see any research. They can't see any details on the acquisitions. They can't know anything about the revenue. And they've got other fish to fry. They can't go into the open market until there's full disclosure of the deal. So to me, the catalyst for jumping up the valuation curve is announcing that deal. And it's any day. I thought it would already be done. I picked June just because June is the last month of the quarter, last month of the 6 months. Okay. All of the investors in Railtown AI cannot buy additional shares because they're insiders. They know what's going on. They cannot self-deal. They can't buy it before the information is announced to the public. They can't cheat like the Craigs of the world can. They can't cheat. They don't have the regulators in their pocket. They don't have the law firms in their pocket. They don't have the investment banks in their pocket, at least not yet. So those whales and investors in Railtown are sitting there ready to invest. But they can't now. All of the investors in AI partners, including OMERS, can't invest. But once the deal's announced, you've got all this potential energy turning into kinetic energy, and man, I think the stock price is going to go up. Okay. What is the value curve of these stocks? When you have an R&D company, you're trading on hope and excitement and maybe a cockamamie dividend. And if somebody points it out to you after the stock has already gone up by almost 10 times, maybe 9 times. Hey, you got to buy it. It's up 9x. It's going higher. That's not my game. I'd like to get in before it does that 9x. And that's where you are here. Because of the odd situation that the people that know this space, the people that understand this space, the people who have money in this space can't buy. And then amateurs come on and say, hey, you should buy this biotech, like there's no other biotech companies in the world. But these guys are focused like a laser on AI because that's what they know. And they know the AI 2.0 is coming, and they know there's a sea of capital ready to invest in AI companies. Wall Street is educating their brokers about AI as we speak. AI 2.0. It's going to be ETFs. It's going to be mutual funds. There's going to be a virtual flood of money coming into AI, and Railtown's ready to go. So the question is, when you're an R&D company, how much are you worth? Well, you're worth your dreams. You're worth what everybody can pay for dreams. Just like this Quintana is worth $27 now. It's got to go through second stage trials. It's investing in Bitcoin. I mean, this is a medical company investing in Bitcoin like they know what they're doing. What are they? Medical? Bitcoin? What the hell are they? And then they're also a law recovery company, and they're going to distribute that. What the hell? I do agree the stock price looks good. The stock chart looks good on Quantum Bio. Is it because quantum is in the name of it? Because if it is, the reason that's up is because there is a bull market going on in quantum computing and AI. Why not invest in AI directly than investing through a biotech that invests in Bitcoin and is going to distribute a portion of its potential lawsuit recovery? And oh, by the way, they have a couple of things in stage 2, and they own Bitcoin, but the name is Quantum. Why not just come over and directly participate in real revenue growth, early stage, because the big buyers can't buy it yet? So Justin can't get his thrill watching it go up because none of the buyers are allowed to buy. But he wants to be over where the excitement is, where it's already happened, where he can be a sucker. It can run up and then they can do a deal and it comes down. It may not in this case. Maybe Quantum's different. Maybe Quantum's not going to burn their shareholders the way MULN, MMAT, ROOT, COSM, GNS, Vocal, endless list of stocks always screw their clients. Because they chase oh, hey, here's a story. It's up. We got to get in it. And William, God's watching. These are the stocks you got to be. These lying mothers, they want you to chase those stocks. So they go up and they can do a deal. They don't risk their own capital. They risk your capital. And you chase it. Because it's exciting. As if you're really investing. That's not investing. That's just playing the fool. Now, Quantum might be the one that works. I would say Quantum's already up 10x or 8x. Maybe it's worth buying. I don't know the story. I don't claim to know the story. I know this story. So when the buyers are able to come in, you got to remember one thing about these buyers. These are the funds and the research analysts and the trading desks that made money in NVIDIA, made money in Amazon, made money in that company out of Taiwan. I can't remember the name of it. They were geared for this. They're ready for this. And it won't just be Railtown. There'll be plenty of other companies. But Railtown is not trading like Quantum is because everyone's in it and buying it because there is nobody able to buy it. And if your impatience makes you have to chase something, go chase it. I'm not going to aid and abet you. I'm not going to enable you in losing your money if I can help it. But with Railtown, you're in before that buying happens. And you can build a position because the stock price is so low. Okay, that's the status of the deal that was announced on February 11th. Since then, the company has also announced their products. They've continued marketing. They announced 2 revenue tie-ups, and the question comes, well, what if the deal to merge falls through? Well, then you fall back to the original story. The original story. And then I think it becomes a question of magnitude. And it's impossible to get these concepts across. It's just impossible. But if you take quantum, which was an idea, hey, let's call our company Quantum. And you take Quantum started here, they did deals, the price came down, I don't know what changed it, and now it's up to $27 on its value, and it can get up to the 260 that it started from. So please go do that. I really don't care. I really don't care. I'm here for people who want to change their account. So what is Railtown? Railtown is 6-7 years idea to commercial products. And the valuation, I have no idea about this. I don't know what the first valuation was. All I do know is it was as high as 60 cents. Right now it's only 40 cents. So you're not paying the highest that was ever paid. But during this 6 years, dollars were spent and it was R&D. All of a sudden, the value starts increasing because instead of being a constant drain of spending money, raising money, are we there yet? Are we there yet? All of a sudden they said, we're finished. We have a product to sell. So the value curve starts going up and they started marketing their products. Well, then they run into AIP and it's like they hit a brick wall. The value creation stopped in terms of market awareness, not in terms of what's going on behind the scenes, but it just stopped. Why? Quiet period. Quiet period. And God's watching, Craig wants you to know. So as it stopped here, what's going on? They're rolling up, in my opinion, they're rolling up the best of those AIP companies. What percentage of the 400 million are they going to lock up? I don't know. How are they going to lock it up? I don't know. But they're going to come out of the gate not only with the products that they developed as they started going up, they're also going to add on whatever the value is, and it's also stopped at that level, whatever the value is of all the AI partnership revenue. But we don't know these because the market, there's no price discovery going on. None. And your brain is telling you, hey, rush over to quantum. It's going up, 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 up. Got to be in quantum. It's moving. It's moving. I got to get over there. This isn't moving. This is your opportunity to build your position. I don't know, Justin. You can probably buy 200 shares of quantum. Here, you can buy a few thousand shares. And I'll tell you what, I think this will be the same price as quantum at some point. So you own more shares. It's just not as exciting. So if you want excitement. So anyway, we're waiting to find out what's the value of Railtown's products commercialized and revenue. What's the value today of the AIP revenue? We don't know these two numbers yet because there is no price discovery. Nobody that knows this stuff, nobody that can invest hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not saying in just this one company. They can't buy this. They can't be pitched this deal. So we have an opportunity to accumulate, and we're sitting on our hands. Justin will buy it when it's $20. He'll come on and say, tell us about it when it's 20. So anyway, what I think is going to happen is when the announced deal is closed, the deal's announced as closed, I think what's going to happen is we're going to jump up this value curve. So you're going to get a price equal to the 5 products and the 2 tie-ups so far of Railtown AI, plus the price of the value of AI partnerships. What is that price? What is that price? I don't know, but I think it's going to be a lot higher than 40 cents. We're at 40 cents. I think Railtown all by itself could be $4 to $6 out of the gate, going higher. I think the AI partners all by itself could be $4, $5, $6, $10. When you combine them, maybe it's $15 out of the gate. But for my purposes, I use an estimate of $4 when it opens up trading. Yes, it's trading now, but when the deal closes. Now, to get there, it could be just like that, or it could take a while. Why? Because you need the announcement, but then you need the price to move up across certain thresholds to get to allow some of the big buyers to buy. And thirdly, you've got a shareholders meeting in 40 days. So I think it goes there right away, like 2 or 3 days. But it could take longer. It could take weeks. But that's my starting point. So you have here 10x on your money. From 40 cents to $4, 10x. Now, when it goes here, these people are buying it. They're not buying it because they're chasing it. Hey, it's up, and look, it's got quantum in its name, and they're going to get a piece of a lawsuit, and they're in the second stage of no, they're going to be buying it because they know revenue, they know the value of the products, and they know that they need to buy it first before the rest of the crowd gets in, before everybody understands it. They know they have an 18-month bull market in AI point 2. So they're going to jump in buying here based on revenues. Now, I think at $4, your target from $4 is $40. Now, does this take end of the year, 18 months, 2 years? We'll find out. Remember, the backdrop is that the markets we're at the end of a long bull market, so we got to pay attention to that. Well, I think from the $4, you're going to be looking at $40, more than quantum computing is right now, quantum biophysics. I think this 40 cents to $4 could happen within 3 weeks. Could it take much longer? Yes, it could take till September. But I think that could happen very quickly. So that's why I urge you not to be buying quantum now, and not to be buying quantum now, but buying this stock. Quantum's already moved 9x. This hasn't moved at all. When it's $4, you're going to say, wow, I can sell. I'm not sure you're going to want to sell. I'm not sure you're going to want to sell. You got to do whatever you feels right for your own money management. But when it's 4, I think there's another 10x in it. Now you're going to have to wait. Might be 6 months, 18 months. Who knows? But I think there's another 10x in it. So from here, 10 times 10 is 100x. Now, when it goes to 40, and these are my projections, they're not promises. When it goes to 40, I think there'll be a buyout eventually. I'm not saying right away, as this value curve goes from flat and during the R&D phase, turns up into commercialization, and then they walked into this bonanza of AIP. As the value creation curve goes up for the reason of AI Partners, for Railtown's products, but also because of AI Partners' 160 separate products, it starts going up. So you got both. It's like a twin engine, and it's soaring in an algorithmic way, hockey stick growth. When it comes up here, the buyout will be made on arithmetic type projections. Well, if we buy it here, we'll annualize at 20%. We'll annualize at 15%. That's where the buyout will come in. Here, the calculations are algorithmic. Well, I think that buyout could, again, I'm just using these numbers as examples. They're not promises. I think it could be another 10x. So you're in at 40 cents. You go to 4, you hang around. You get a 10x to 40, you hang around. And I will project that this company could be bought out at $400 a share. But please go chase quantum. Please go chase quantum. So this is how I see it. How long do I think that could take? I'd say 18 months. 18 months. Why that quickly? Because the technology space moves very quickly, very quickly. And you've seen it before. You've seen it in all sorts of companies. Why did Google buy YouTube? Well, it seemed like a lot of money when they bought them. In retrospect, it was beautiful. It was the best buy they made. You know? Why does Facebook buy whatever it bought? I can't remember. Who bought WeChat? I don't know. Who bought Instagram? I don't know. But they buy them, and they pay way money that you can't even believe. But then it makes sense because they open it up to their huge audience, and then they may charge monthly fees just to have it. And they just create these revenue streams. It's incredible what these companies can do with a good technology. That's what I think's ahead for Railtown. But if you want to go, quantum's up, it's only up 9x, and you can jump into that. You can get a piece of a lawsuit, and you can assume that the CEO is not going to be suckered into bad financing as he raises money to go through the trial stages. And remember, he owns Bitcoin. So he's not only a scientist, he's a he knows how to trade Bitcoin. So you got to run over to QTN, whatever the symbol is. All right, so God is watching, and God is noticing that Railtown is down almost 2 cents at 37.83, and God is watching. I don't know, all the things in the universe he's got to worry about. He's watching this. The bid is 37.44, and the ask is 38.4. The volume is 268,000. This is a pullback that I think is good and healthy. And it shows that I think Pete the Greek or one of the other people was saying they're waiting for a pullback. Well, you got it. You got it. I think everybody's playing with fire. Right now it feels like it's going to be July. So it feels like it'll be next week. But any day they could announce the closing of that deal. Let me just give you some numbers on Railtown, so you don't think I'm just totally creating this all out of thin air. Let's combine the two companies, AIP, and let's assume they do it with whatever mechanism they do it with Constellation Software, where Constellation Software only has 20 million shares outstanding, and they buy hundreds of companies a year. I don't know how they do it. I assume it's a revenue sharing agreement. So let's say they make, out of that 400 million in revenue, let's say the combined company nets 150 million in the first projected year. And then let's say Railtown, their conductor, let's say that does 25 million a year. Let's say each of the others, Langtrax, Railtrax, and Shredder, and then the screen, let's say each of those do 10 million a year. So that's 65 million. I think this is very low. And then let's assume the two companies they just signed up revenue contracts with, let's say one of them does 5 million a year and the other one does 10 million a year. So when you add that all up, it's 70 million. So let's add 70 million to 150 million. And that gives 220 million in revenue in their first full year, 220 million when you combine them both. I think that's low. But let's go with 220. Now let's not use the current buyouts are at 100 to 150. I showed you the study because God's watching. I showed you the study that I paid for that the last 6 years, 90 AI merger and acquisition deals in all areas. The high end was 50 times revenue, right here on the left, and the lowest was 12 times for computer vision, whatever that is. But the average was 25 times revenues. That's out of 91 deals from 2018 through 2024. Average 25 times revenues. So if we take 220 million in estimated revenue and we multiply it by 25, we get $5.5 billion in valuation. Remember, God's watching. God's watching. Craig wants you to know that God is watching. And he wants you to know he's serious about that. He didn't just say it. God is watching. All right, the current number of shares outstanding is approximately 140 million. I'm going to use what that research analyst projected, that it'll grow to 170 million. That was a year ago. Seems good. I'll divide it by 170 million. $32 a share. That's a projection of $32 a share. This is the revenue from both. 25 times revenue gives it this value divided by 170 million shares. There's only 140 million out now. Gives you $32 per share target. This could be projected by the end of the year. This would be in that range of that $40 target I told you, that I think is where it goes. I mean, it's in this example, it's lower, 32. Now, you want me to discount that for all sorts of risks. Let's take a third of that number instead of that number. So it's essentially $11 a share. And you don't like that? All right, let's take a third of that number. I'm actually using the original number, like 1078. That comes up to 359. So it comes up with a target of $3.50, which miraculously has been my target for 2 or 3 months now. $3.50. That's where I think, now I'm saying $4 because I want you to know I think it's going to 10x out of the gate. $200 million times 25x, an expanded number of shares gives you $32. You don't like it? Take a third of that. Take a third of that, 70 million. You don't like that? Take a third of that, 20 million in revenue. That's what's ahead of you, I think, in just the repricing of the stock. The stock is not correctly priced. It doesn't belong down with people like Craig or the Green Ace. It doesn't belong down here. And they're going to get caught. They're going to be hammered. They don't have time to get out of it. I didn't ever say it was a short squeeze play, but we stepped into it. It looks like there is a large short. These guys are going to be really in trouble. And they're telling you that God's watching. That's got to be one of the worst arguments I've ever heard of. That's some desperate arguing when they're caught short in a stock. This stock's not going down. And they can dream. They can feel like they're going to be able to fool the board, get some lawyers in there that are on their payroll to fool the board, fool the CEO, and do one deal, not all of the deals at once. They're not in that situation. They're not in that situation here with Railtown. Railtown is valuable, but you're not seeing it, so it's making you hesitate. Well, that's fine. It's fine. I'm proud of everybody that's in it. The stock market closed, and Railtown now is 38 cents. DJT is flat, I guess, 1821. GPUC's 170 flat. Finger is up in the extended hours to 211. Nixie is down a penny at 188. I'm going to go see how many people bought more of this Railtown. I want to have an account. That's a big question, asking about Japan. Everybody thought Japan was going to take over the world. They came and bought golf courses, they bought real estate at extraordinary prices. They had dollars they had to recycle. Real estate in Japan, just a square meter, was worth more than the market cap of companies. And Japan was a huge success story. I don't know. I don't know exactly what happened to Japan in terms of losing that edge. But I don't think when Bill Clinton signed the World Trade Organization for China in 2000, it helped. Because suddenly the Made in Japan label became the Made in China label. And I don't think that helped. But I also think Japan has had a population issue, an issue with their birth rate, maybe sooner than we do. They're not a particularly uh, uh, open country. I mean, to put a fine point on it, they're racist, and so they don't open their country to a lot of immigration. So that there may have been a population problem, but I think Japan went into a huge bubble. It collapsed, and much like the United States now, they didn't let that bubble collapse. And I think there's a shadow world of power in Japan that I barely understand. It's almost like, like mafia movies. But they propped up their real estate. They propped up everything and they printed money. And so Japan has kind of been where the Fed and the IMF and the other brainiacs experiment with monetary policy. And they did the modern monetary theory first there. And so you have this dollar carry trade, which is basically that the yen is cheap. I think Japan is still there with some of their technology. They're not a war machine. China's stolen a lot of our technology. We encouraged it. We gave it away under the Democrats. Bill Clinton, G.W. Bush gave them our stealth technology. We just they bribed, and we've given it all away. But you know what? We're woke. It's good. Feel good about that. You'll know that when we go down, that at least there was equity in our system. But I think Toyota, for example, with its ammonia engine, could be the answer to the world's automobiles. It could be. Now, I think China's gotten ahead of us reportedly with thorium and with little small nuclear reactors. Russia's doing it too. China builds tens of thousands of drones to our one drone. But we can bomb. I mean, as long as you don't require us to bomb for very long, we don't have many bombs left. Japan's population is aging, just like China's, just like ours. Um, uh, I still think Japan's a force in the world. Um, I wouldn't write them off. I would not write them off. Uh, and I'll just finish. I think Japan is in a lot of trouble because of Fukushima. I think the whole world is, but I think Japan's in enormous trouble because of Fukushima. And there was an earthquake about a year and a half ago on the other side of Japan, and the land moved 80 feet, and it was underneath a group of reactors, 8 reactors. There's no way in hell that there wasn't another meltdown there, but there was just no coverage of it. So I think Japan is a country, sadly, that is going to suffer the cost of the radiation in there. They dump the water in the Pacific Ocean. So all of us on the West Coast and in the United States, it's in our food, it's in our fish, and it's, so it's going to come to us. It's going to be worldwide. But Japan will suffer first. And I think that'll finish off Japan. I think Tokyo eventually will be evacuated. I don't think the future is very bright for Japan. I say that with great sadness, but that's the nuclear industry, which is probably about as evil as any industry on the planet, in my judgment. Railtown, the volume for today is, I show 200 and, let me update it. Yeah, 260,000. Yeah, see, looking good, Louis. Feeling good. I'm sure, Craig says, I'm sure you feel like a hero after introducing RLAIF, don't you? You think you're flying high now, don't you? How many lives have you ruined with your pompous call on GTII, logic, COSM, and finger? I never, I mean, in my own defense, I never recommended buying GTII to everyone. With my friends, I did. People that have a professional attitude to investing, unlike you, Craig. But I did draw graphs of what would happen in a squeeze. And Craig, I'm tired of going over this, but I believe very strongly that GTII and Finger, for that matter, GTII was in a squeeze when it went to 897. And Lou and Cindy, who goes, oh my gosh, you're blaming a dead man. But it's just a fact. You guys got to Lou Bravo. Maybe you paid him, maybe you didn't. It doesn't bother me that people get paid. Everybody gets paid. Everybody. But I think he was gotten to. Here was Lou's argument, but also Frank Benedetto, who's paid to know better. I actually think Frank did a more egregious thing because Lou's just a guy. But Frank puts himself out there as an investor relations expert. So Frank and Lou and the CEO apparently, but Frank and Lou, particularly Frank, were saying COSM, they're going to change their name. They're going to change their CUSIP number. They have 2,000% short, and it's going to squeeze. And the CEO's talking to us, and the CEO's not going to do a deal with the shorts. It's going to be a squeeze. Bring your money over here, it'll run. And then when you make your money, take it out, you can always come back. That was the argument. It was completely wrong. It was completely false. There's no squeeze in changing a CUSIP, changing a name. The short position wasn't that big at all. And then the CEO did do a deal. So people that got into COSM got destroyed. But it was you, Craig, that did that. It wasn't me. And I never recommended COSM, ever. Finger, I recommended, I think, in January, February of this year that I thought it looked like a trade. And I said it could go up 2, 3, 4, 5x even. And it went up 4x, even almost 5x, depending on where you got in. And when I told people to sell, they didn't listen to me. I said, why don't you sell some? Why don't you sell the calls? Why don't it's a good trade. So I don't think you're right on that either. You're just throwing that out there. Logic, I was very positive on. I did a lot of due diligence on it. It's my largest position. It's all a wipeout. I don't know what to say about that because the CEO, Brent Sun, is, I think, an honorable man, a hardworking man, an intelligent man. His company was called Wayland or something like that. And I was introduced to him by a good friend of mine. And it's too complicated to go through here, but Wayland got destroyed. And I bought some of it, I think up in the 8 or 12 range or something like that. But it got destroyed by short selling and a financing. And then that became, I guess that became Logic. And then they spun off this thing called Valero or something, which became Go Logic. And I was in that. And still am in both. I'm still in them. They're just dead. And Brent, I don't think Brent hired Aubrey Advisors. I think that was somebody else. But I think Aubrey Advisors, who you probably know, Craig, I bet Aubrey pays you off, or somewhere in the food chain they pay you. But I think Aubrey set up the SPAC, where data logic was spun off from logic. Data logic became collective audience, and then logic was just a shell. And they got shorted and shorted and shorted. They did a deal with Aubrey, and I called in. I lost my shit. I think I was on live when I lost my shit on it. And I fought. I wrote emails. The American Express guy wrote a blanket email, kind of like a tattletale that I did. But his view that there's systems in place to fight guys like you, it's not true. You guys win because you cheat, you lie, and your only goal is to make money. You don't care. And then you blame it. You blame it on people trying to trying to see a way forward in these corrupt markets. But yeah, early on, I did think there were squeezes because I left the market before Bill Clinton changed the laws. I left, the strict market. I moved to London right about that time. And we started our own, I don't know what you want to call it, investment bank or venture fund. So I didn't know how badly you guys had corrupted the policemen of the market. You've been very effective. But the rules changed. And I look back on the charting I did for short squeezes. I do think GTII was in the middle of the squeeze. But I think you all, and I don't think if it hadn't worked with Lou and Frank, you would have done something else. You would have found another way to stop the squeeze in GTII. And you got the Hurries and Alpine and lawsuits, and then ultimately the CEO, who might have been in on it from the jump, who knows? But no, I never recommended GTII here at all. I never recommended COSM. And there have been times when I've called a trade in finger, and I've been right. I was right. I don't remember if it was the beginning of last year or the beginning of the previous year, but I was right for months on that move. But I've been I don't know about sour, but I've been very cautious on finger. So your accusation just doesn't ring true. And feel like a hero? No, I don't feel like a hero at all, Craig. When guys like you come on here, I feel like I'm wasting my life. And I almost didn't come on today. I don't feel like a hero at all. I feel completely drained by your evilness. And it's just being in the gutter with a bunch of scum. And I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. This is not these are not the stocks I want to trade in. And I don't want to deal with you, ever. But I don't think Railtown belongs in this basket. And I think Railtown, right now, I think I have 85 people. It's not, I use the word I. It's not me. It's just this group of people. 85 people who own probably, I don't know, I won't change this, but it's quite a bit. It's the third largest position currently that I know about in Railtown. I mean, I'm sure soon there'll be much bigger positions than we have. But I like that for everybody, Craig. It's not about feeling like I'm a hero at all. I would like Steve to become bloody rich. I think Steve could, I mean, conceptually, Steve could be worth, I don't know if he's going to hold on to all his stocks. He's a young man. He could keep working. He doesn't have to sell it. But if his shares go to $32, I think he's going to be worth $28 million. I think they could triple that. It could go, hell, if the stock gets bought out at 320 and he still owns those shares, that's a lot of ifs. I admit that's a hell of a lot of ifs. But Steve could be worth $250 million. I would love it. I would love it. I wouldn't feel like a hero. I'd be a little worn out like I am right now. But that would be a little bit of a kick to know as I'm sipping my espresso or sipping some mineral water on a poolside someday in my dotage. It'd be kind of cool to think, that guy Steve. I wonder how he's doing. That guy's worth a lot of money. I would love it. I would love it. And you know what I'd really love is if you lost all your money, all of your assets when you get caught short in Railtown. I would love it. ZJYL and GDC and G-Bucks are stocks that I never recommended. These are stocks others did. I discussed it because it's that short squeeze idea, which, by the way, Craig, that's what everyone's here for. They're chasing short squeezes. And the odds of it working are very low. And I've never made that a secret. I think short squeeze is working. Now I think even a 5% chance of it working is high. I just don't think they work. The only way, and Craig, I've made it clear for months, more than a year, the only way a short squeeze works, it's got to be out of the blue, whether it's a sudden value creation or it's a lot of buying, something out of the blue, a surprise to you guys. And then secondly, the price has to go up to such a level that you guys can't keep up with your margin calls, and then you're bought in, and that feeds on itself. And that's what happened with AMC and GME, and for a little while was happening with GTII and Finger until you guys busted those. And I don't, to be clear, if Lou hadn't come in with COSM or Frank with COSM, somebody else would have come in. It would have been the genius guy, or it would have been, somebody else. You guys have all angles covered. But ZJYL, I didn't recommend it. I did, I was interested in the idea of the forward split, and GDC. I was it's the idea that a group of whales could corner the float and then engineer a squeeze. That was intriguing to me, but I never recommended buying it. I lost money on all three of those. There was a gentleman on Twitter who I don't even think he knows he did it, but he's on everybody's side. And he put out across Twitter what they were going to do with ZJYL and GDC. And I mean, to be clear, the third ingredient to make a short squeeze happen is there has to be a group of longs that break the law the way you break the law. They have to collude. They have to work together, which is colluding, I know, but they have to work together in terms of the buying and the setting up the squeeze. They have to hire a trading desk and computers to go on the long side to fight your short computers. So they have to break the law the way you break the law. The only difference is Bill Clinton made it legal for your side to counterfeit shares. Longs can't do, there's no competing way that longs can counterfeit, I don't know what, buys. There's no, you guys can exaggerate selling pressure. They can't really exaggerate buying. But they can get computers to work. So the three things to make a squeeze: it's got to be a surprise something that makes it start. And then it's got to be price movement that catches you in trouble, that feeds on itself. And I think now it also needs a group of investors who buy computer power on the buy side and illegally cause the stocks to go up. That's how you see these massive runs. I'm all for it. I think you guys should be caught out. But there is a guy that talked about ZJYL and GDC on Twitter. They pulled those deals. They just stepped away because he blabbed about it. The principles behind trying to make it squeeze were at risk of breaking the law and getting arrested. So they pulled those deals. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. It's like herding cats. You can't, everything has to go just right. And then one cat yowls and it turns into a nightmare. So Nixie, I actually did start recommending Nixie last I don't know, October, September, October. And I think people made money in it. I think I called it Sexy Nixie, and I think it went up quite a bit into December. And then I backed off. And I guess with guys like you who have brains the size of a half a hollowed out pea, I have to be explicit. But I thought I was pretty clear that I backed off of Nixie for a while. And it sold off. And then recently, Nixie had a whole strategy, which a lot of it's been announced, that they wanted to become a billion-dollar company. There was a gentleman whose wife had started a company called Just Got to Have It. They were going to merge that in. And Nixie got caught up in the recruiter.com, and I'm kind of pissed off about it. But recruiter.com, run by this goofball who made a lot of money on that trade, recruiter.com got destroyed by you guys, and they agreed to reverse merge GoLogic's assets. So GoLogic was going to reverse merge into recruiter.com, and that was going to be the company. But as everybody met, and they met the what's that group? Univest guys, and a bunch of these whales got to meet each other. They figured out that a better deal here, why don't we skip the GoLogic? Why don't we buy this Just Got to Have It? We'll install that. And then they went out and hired White Diamond. You probably work with White Diamond to work with them. And White Diamond totally, I warned them, you're crazy to hire this guy. This guy's a crook. He works for the shorts. Oh, no. We can pay him and he'll help us make a squeeze. Bullshit. As soon as Nixie started going up. That guy sold all of the stock he earned as an advisor, millions of shares, and he called up and he held the company hostage to make sure that stock was free to trade. The White Diamond guy, destroyed Nixie. Your guy, and you're blaming me? Your guy destroyed it, and you're blaming me. That was back in, I don't know, October or November, the first time it ran up. And then I think he's still there screwing with it. But then in the beginning of this year, it ran again. And I said, they tried again. What's going on? So I called in and learned a little bit. And basically, the company got a new CEO type guy. And I think it was announced, his name. That's why I'm saying it. But he was bringing in his company. And I still think Nixie has a chance to do very well. Their projected revenues, it's in the news stories. They're projecting revenues of $10 million a month. But they had some strategies that got busted by your guys. And I don't know what's going on with Nixie. And I am very wary of it in the short run because they lost their auditor. Now you're saying, Craig, that God's watching. I should have known that their auditor was going to walk away. I don't know how. But as soon as the auditor walked away, I've made it clear out here. Let me be clear to everyone. I don't think you should be in Nixie unless you can afford the risk of waiting several months for a new audit. Guess what? I think Railtown's going to do 10x while you wait around for Nixie. You can always come back in it. One of the keenest followers of Nixie on Twitter got out of his entire position because the story changed. So I don't know what to tell you. I think some people that got into Nixie made money. But Craig, all of these are long shots trying to catch a squeeze play. Odds are, in any of the situations, it's not going to work. And I've been clear for about 2 months, once I found out that Bill Clinton changed the rules so you guys can sell stock that doesn't exist as long as you can get a desk to lend it to you. It's just securities entitlements. It's purely that part is purely legal. But where it's illegal is when you don't borrow, when you don't locate, when you lie, and when you collude, and you do that all the time. That's not my fault. I can't fight you alone, and I can't. For me to predict something as a possibility, this could do it, this. Nixie, they were going to try all those things. A surprise, the price, get it going if they could. I don't know if they still had that plan, but back then when they hired White Diamond, they had that plan. He's a liar too. Everything's in my opinion. I should make that clear to a dunderhead like yourself. But no, you're completely unreasonable. These are all piece of shit stocks, engineered, manipulated stocks, where it requires this piece to work, that piece to work, that piece to come in, and then the sun has to rise at the right time. There can't be any clouds, and then the engine has to start on time, and there better not be a baby carriage in the way. You can gun it, and then it all works. It's nearly impossible to set up all the pieces to make a squeeze. In the case of Nixie, The revenues do look extremely strong, but I don't trust it now that the auditor resigned. That's a huge red flag. Could I be wrong? Sure. But I don't talk to anybody at Nixie anymore. I'm not impressed. Not impressed with that. But could Nixie still work? Sure. But I'm telling you, Craig, I'm not here about getting in one stock and then fighting you over it so you can make money over and over and over again in it. That's not me. Railtown is what I'm emphasizing right now. I've been emphasizing silver as well. You can't destroy the market for silver, although there's guys like you that do it for the big banks. But no, Craig, I don't take your accusations. I think you should look in the mirror and realize where the evil is coming from. And you're trying to get people to be nervous about Railtown. That convinces me that you're a trap short in Railtown. I hope you lose your ass. I hope you lose your ass. How greatly so you have now disowned all these stickers? I don't disown them. You're the one accusing me of something I didn't do. And then when I explain it, you say I'm disowning it. How convenient. All right, so Justin is calling me stupid now. How convenient. And then you get angry when we bring them up. I'm not. I'm angry at you because I think you're an asshole. You're one of the shorts, and you're trying to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt so people sell their Railtown so you can get out of your day trading position that's gone against your ass by probably 30%, by 25%, 30%. It's a lot of money. You're upside down in Rail, and that's why you're here. That's why I'm angry. Guess William is just shitting all over Ham now. Wondered why Ham has not been on. I haven't shit on Ham at all. I haven't shit on Ham at all, Michael. I haven't shit on Ham at all. For the record, Ham decided that it was better to do his calls with a couple of other people. I don't know why he decided that. It may be because I pointed out that finger motion was going to raise money. Oh, only the shorts say that. Well, they raised money. Maybe it's because I pointed out that finger motion's dividend was going to be delayed a lot. And it was. And so on and so on. Maybe it could be those reasons. But I just think he felt like he had a better opportunity to get his message across with others. And that's fine. That's his choice. But I haven't shat all over Ham. In it to win it. The GME. I would tell you, Money Magnet, I would tell you to sell GME for just 6 weeks. Sell GME, buy Railtown, and then you can go back to GME. But you got to do what's right for you. You got to do what's right for you. I'm glad you own Railtown. I really do. I'm glad you do. Pete the Greek, I'm going to tell my best friend to buy more Railtown. Don't worry, man. We're in it to win it. Thank you, Pete. Let me know when he buys. I'll add his name to the list. Craig again. You may be portraying a humble demeanor, but you sure ain't a true person. Guys, after Railtown goes to $4, I think I'm going to close off my channel. And I'm just, maybe what I'll do is set up a, a Rumble or here on YouTube, but have it pay as you, I think you have to pay to have an exclusive club, like make it $1 or something. But then I just want to talk to the people who were in the 2 or 3 things, silver, the mining company, Railtown. And I just don't want to deal with these shills anymore. They're here trying to make you emotional and nervous and find something wrong with me. They're not arguing the merit of Railtown. They're not arguing that. They're trying to attack me. That's not rational thinking. And I know who these guys are. They come from Burroughs Park or Boca Raton, Florida, maybe a couple of other places. But they don't care about you. I didn't say God is watching for nothing. Oh, you have contact with God? Are you one of his chosen people? You have a direct connection with God? Well, if he's watching, could you let him know that I think he should protect the Palestinian people from the extinction level event that's happening because of the Israelis? Could you let God know that the aid that the rest of the world is sending to Gaza Strip for the children hasn't been delivered for 30 days by Israel? Could you let God know that for me, please? While he's getting distracted with your shit stocks, could you just remind God that there's over 1 million children in Gaza Strip starving, without water, without hospitals, without TV, without air conditioning, without parents, without a future because of Israel? Could you let him know that if you have God on the line? Hey, Joan. All right, Mad Greek. Hey, he's up. Hey, the Mad Greek. Better known to the world as, I can't think of a Greek name. All right, you're up to 30.4. That's great. Bill Miko, everyone's hero. I'm not going to read that out. Oh, God. So Railtown, since that announcement 1 year ago, was as low as 27 and at a high of 42. In the United States, that's not true. That's not true. It's not true. I mean, where do you even do any work? Or do you get paid by the times I respond to you? You just don't do any work. It's incredible. Must be a nice job. According to Yahoo, the 1 year high for Railtown is 62 cents. The 52-week low is 0.0001. That was this one trade that I think one of you guys organized that screwed up the charts. It just one day, it had this one trade. it's unrealistic. But in my time of watching it, I think it got down to 22 cents. So I would argue that you're totally wrong on that. If I go to the research report that I was reading, and maybe I should finish with some of that report because it's positive instead of this nonsense. I can look to see if they give a high and low on the stock. They don't. So just to remind everybody, whilst God is watching, Research Capital put out a research report a year ago on Railtown all by itself with a $2 target. And they say the valuation and the recommendation, we estimate a price of $2 using an enterprise value over revenue multiple of 12x on full year 27 estimated revenue. And they allow for a 20% dilution factor for financings. Given Railtown's first mover advantage and the founder's proven track record, we expect significant market share capture over the next 3 years. Significant market share capture over the next 3 years. We project higher adoption rates in the United States. Okay. Based on these assumptions and the current pricing structure, we estimate a target price Canadian 2.7 per share, and we initiate a speculative buy rating. You know, speculative, there's risks. Catalysts, what are the catalysts? Key catalysts for Railtown AI at this early stage mainly involve improving market visibility and rapid revenue growth through strong market validation. I would say one of the strongest market validations for Railtown is the guys who founded or were architects of Constellation Software, and one of the guys who founded Omer's technology fund, and guys who were CEOs and presidents of Omer investment fund are part of AIP, and they're merging with Railtown. I'd say that is ringing validation. And God is watching that as well. Potential positive news flow from rapid scaling. All of this has been delayed right now while this merger is going on, but listen to this. Potential positive news flow from rapid scaling, user acquisition, and engagement metrics indicates robust market validation and substantial market share potential. Strategic partnerships, they've already announced too, with industry leaders will enhance, well, I don't know if those are industry leaders, will enhance user growth and credibility. While the company has a clear revenue model, emerging new revenue streams because of technological advancements as the product evolves, self-evolves, may also improve visibility over revenue growth. This is going to kill the shorts, I'm telling you. It's going to get them by the balls. That's why they're here. So you're I don't know your point, Michael, but thanks for making it. AI will make pharma stock much better, might make shares more profitable in the long run. That's a good point you make. Hal has made some good points that I have listened to and made money, but he reminds me of a sports handicapper convincing you to buy his place. Oh, Ham. Yeah, look, Ham, I think if people listen to him on G-Bucks in November, December, January, they made 10 times their money. Problem is, and it's the hardest problem in the world, is selling. And if you believe a stock is going to squeeze, which is why people are here, and then they turn around, it's like I don't know what it's like. It's like if you keep gambling at roulette, you're going to lose it all. No, 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 give me more money. I want to do it. And then you lose, and then you blame the person that gave you the money. I don't know. It's weird. But Ham, I think if you listened on Finger, he's given you 3 or 4 times you made money on Finger if you're willing to sell. Problem is the hardest thing is selling. It's just hard. It's just hard. RLAIF is a cheap investment. These others are a gamble. I think the others are a gamble. Doesn't mean they won't work out. I think Railtown is cheap, not because of its price right now, although the price is cheap. But I think Railtown is cheap because it was a research and development company going into its commercialization phase. And just by accident, it's stepping in front of a massive, almost mania, probably justified mania, to deploy probably billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, to invest hundreds of billions of dollars in the AI space. And so opportunity meets cash. And these shorts that are on here, they're going to lose everything they've made so cleverly by cheating and being bullies and being evil. They're going to lose it all in Railtown. Now, I'm sure they'll get bailed out. They'll walk away. They're not going to jail. But Railtown is never doing a deal with you guys, boys. And Railtown is never, if you discredit me, it's not going to hurt Railtown. If you get all these people to sell, number one, they're not going to sell at one time. And number two, it's not going to hurt Railtown. You guys are well and truly FUCKED in Railtown. And that is by accident. I didn't start talking about Railtown as a short squeeze play. Just turns out that you guys have 40 million shares that you sold without locating. It's your fault. It's not my fault. And guess what? I think this is one time you're going to be screwed. You know why? Because it's not a squeeze play. It's not a company that needs money. All of your tried and true games of, oh, it's a red flag, and William, you're not a good person, and God is watching. What a weak argument that is. None of it's going to work. I think most of the people now that have purchased this stock, and I'm so proud of them, they have been in the battle before, and they're doing it one more time. But I think they realize that Railtown is not one of these crappy manipulated stocks. This is the real deal. Doesn't mean it's not without risk, of course, but this is the real deal. And you've got people behind Railtown that know what they're doing, and they're not going to you for money. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? It's going to be a real company that you guys got in over your head because you're so cocky and lazy. Man, you're lazy. So here's the investment thesis from a year ago on Railtown. Here's the investment thesis from a research analyst. From a year ago. Third party. Railtown AI, the future of efficient and effective software development. Railtown AI is developing a powerful tool to enhance software development by boosting productivity, improving quality, and saving time and money. Sorry, my eyesight is so small. Acting as an intelligent assistant, a helpful assistant, it learns clients' software to automate repetitive tasks, allowing developers to focus on critical work. The platform monitors performance, fixes problems before they occur, and serves as a built-in quality checker. Railtown AI deeply understands client software, automates mundane tasks, continuously learns and improves, and provides clear performance reports. It unifies all software data for easy use and customization to fit specific needs. By analyzing data in real time to quickly identify and fix issues and automating tasks like bug report generation. Railtown, I sound like Evelyn Woods. Railtown AI Railtown AI helps developers build better software faster and much more efficiently. Currently, the platform improves developer efficiency by functioning as a root cause analyzer, conductor, velocity dashboard, and release notes automator. In the next stage, Railtown plans to add automatic ticket generation, and future stages will include no-code visual software development, significantly expanding the addressable market and marking a pivotal milestone for the company. The company currently holds patents. An additional thesis, a growing population of software developers and potential to improve pricing to expand Railtown's addressable market. The global population of software developers is expanding and projected to reach 26.7 million by the end of 2024. Sorry, it's 28.7 million. According to Statista. With Railtown's current pricing structure of $108 per year at the basic for its average revenue per user, the addressable market is about $3 billion. The market has the potential to grow even farther as Railtown enhances its platform with features which could allow for higher pricing. The current pricing model charges per unit per project, meaning a single user working on multiple projects pays multiple times, leading to higher average tickets. Railtown's target market could expand beyond software developers with the potential launch of its API for no-code virtual software development. While it's so hard to read. Now imagine on Railtown. Imagine, let's say, Microsoft has a huge network of users. Imagine Microsoft buys Railtown, and instead of making it optional, says, you know what, this is so good, we're going to put it in our basic package that to be part of our network, you have to buy. Whew. All of a sudden, their revenue goes up by a lot. I think the shorts are really screwed here. That's why they're on. And you know, I wonder if God, when he's watching, is going to give a high five. He'll jump in the air and give a little kick. He'll be up in one of those clouds. He'll jump up. He'll be in his bare feet with his robe, and he'll do a little bit of a kick off the ground when these shorts lose all their earthy accumulations of woe, of other people's woe. Strategic alliances with Microsoft partners, Railtown's business strategy for market expansion. Railtown AI's sales strategy is multifaceted, targeting small and medium businesses and enterprise organizations through direct sales, through reseller partnerships, and collaboration with Microsoft partners like Quisitive. By leveraging reseller relationships, Railtown extends its reach under white-labeled services, allowing resellers to manage user acquisition and branding, whilst Railtown focuses on technology development. The collaboration with Microsoft partners like Quintiv is particularly significant, as it enables Railtown to tap into established networks and customer bases, accelerating user adoption and scaling the platform. Quintana's ability to onboard clients independently and provide ongoing support enhances the customer experience and increases platform stickiness. The strategic approach not only broadens Railtown's market penetration, but also drives recurring revenue streams, underpinning the business model's sustainability and growth potential. By aligning with industry leaders and leveraging their market presence, Railtown AI can efficiently scale its operation and capitalize on new market opportunities. Valuation and recommendation and risks. We see an EV revenue multiple of 12x on full year 27 revenue. I'm telling you guys, the multiples now are 100 to 150 times revenue. The average, looking backwards, is 25 times. They're using 12. They're using 12x. They get $2. What if they use 24x? They'd get $4. My number. My number. And we've gone through that all. So I'm going to skip that. It's so hard to read. Well, I'll read some. It's very hard to read. Maybe what I'll do is have this printed out so I can read it more easily in the future. Hey, Lawrence Demina, good for you, Lawrence. I'm going to write that down. Thank you, Lawrence. That's great. To me, Railtown is like having a golden ticket to financial freedom. It costs 40 cents. Well, I like that. I don't want to get caught up in all this language that's been used on all these other stocks because I don't want you in your emotional space. That's where guys like Craig and this green ace card guy can play with your emotions. And then they use emotions against me because they want you in your emotional space. Oh, William, he's a bad guy. He's not true. These guys are godly. Come on. Do you think Jesus would be selling stock he couldn't borrow to make a shekel here and there? I don't think so. I think he'd come in and upend the tables in his father's house. So I saw a podcast of the next level of AI. It's called layering. Yeah, I've been trying to learn about it because, Lawrence, I really believe where we're going to make money is in silver and in oil and gas, the stuff I know about. But this AI thing is big. And one of my clients, a Chinese client, she'd say to me, "You have very good nose. You have very good nose." I smell something here that's bigger than these criminals. These criminals want you to be down here because they need you. They need you to get these stocks up so they can get their algorithms going back and forth. And they trade back and forth and they get tremendous returns. And that most of the trades aren't real, but they need you in there to cause that stock to be up in that price range so they can go back and forth. They come on here to keep you emotional, keep you selling, trading, buying. I think Railtown, and I'm sorry that I see it this way, because I do want you to own silver. But if you sell, for example, if you sell Finger, if you sold G-Bucks, or if you sold one of these others, and this Railtown goes up and you want to go back and reestablish your position in the other, I'm not here to tell you not to do that. But man, I actually think for 18 months, it won't go straight up. It'll have volatility, but when you look back at the chart, it'll look like it went straight up. I think Railtown is just going to go up, up, up for 18 months. But you got to wait that long to get the big numbers. I've heard not projections that by the end of the year, it could be, I don't know if the low end was 25 or 35 to 80 by the end of the year. I'm not saying that. It could be. Sure, it could be. But I think in 18 months, it could be there. And then a buyout, who knows? All you need is two companies competing, and the buyout won't be cash probably. It'll probably be shares. So it'll depend on what the buying company's shares are worth, but they'll issue stock. And Railtown literally could be a one decision stock. Buy it. That's all you do. And these criminals, they're going to be caught because you're not going to want to sell. Now, unfortunately, there is a huge short position, potentially, according to that data I showed you. And that means there could be a squeeze. That complicates my life because let me just give you, Lawrence, an example. I just showed you how the stock could be worth $32. Well, what if the stock squeezes and goes to $25? Do you sell and take the chance that it doesn't sell back down and then you're out and you got to pay taxes, or you just stay with it? I don't know. It's going to be complicated, but we're not there yet. I agree with you, Lawrence. I've been studying it, and I try to listen to podcasts. I get bored. But the AI is huge. Part of the thing is, my old office, Morgan Stanley's analyst just put out just a generic on AI to the system. They're getting ready. They're teaching their brokers AI. And part of it's the gathering the data. Only Ann Wagner's purview. They don't gather the data of share sales tickets. Everything else in the world, they gather data. And that's in there. The next step is implementing and using that data. And that's where AI is just going to explode. And I don't have the vocabulary to explain it to you, but I listened to him. I forget his name right now. Maybe I can play it. It's about 30 minutes. I posted it on my Twitter. And then that guy, James Altucher, gives an hour-and-a-half lecture on it. And then there's other lectures out there. And the key things that I pick up on are that AI 2.0 is in its infancy. It hasn't even begun. And that's where we're getting into Railtown with a company ready to go. And then it's clear to me that the investment banks are teaching their sales forces about AI because retail money, institutional money is going to pour into the mutual funds and the ETFs and the retirement funds. And then the bankers with the Red Sox and the pinky ring and no tie, they're going to feast on doing deals. And they're going to follow over each other to buy companies, get portfolio companies, then do financings, and then put it back out to retail. That's what's coming. That's what's coming. And people are hesitating to get in at 40 cents. It's not so much the 40 cents, it's the market cap. If you look at the market cap of Railtown, it's 53 million. If you look at the market cap of GTII, I hope that's sold off. God, guys, the market cap of GTII is 68 million. Are you kidding me? I can't get out of my shares of GTII. I'm at Morgan Stanley. They won't let me sell it, even though I would sell GTII so fast and jump into Railtown. For every 2 shares of GTII, you can have 1 share of Railtown. I would do that all day long while it's still there. Why is GTII at 68 million? They're using you. But as my brother says, you got to bend over to be screwed. Partly it's your fault. Anyway, you see my point. What's Nixie's market cap? I mean, they're going to be doing 10 million a month. Their market cap is 40 million. So, Nixie probably has a longer term favorable story, but I'm confused by it. Railtown sitting there, and that's the hardest concept to get across to you guys. If I could put it into an oil and gas company's terms, you could be in an oil and gas company, and they believe that they found a salt dome in Mississippi that has been underexplored. And in fact, they spent the money on 3D seismic, and it's an enormous dome. There's a lot of faults, and there's clear indications of traps and potential reservoirs. And so they've bought it up, they've leased it all, they've done their seismic, and the first well is going to cost 20 million to drill. And so they're a public company, they're raising money. And yes, they dilute the company to raise $30 million, and 20 million is going to go in the ground, five's for overhead and five's for the CEO's wife. I don't know. And the shorts just sell the stock down because it's that kind of market now. It used to be different. And the shorts just sell, they counterfeit shares, they sell, 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 sell. They come on and say, oh, you're the one with that idea and that idea and that idea, and you're the bad person. It's not, we're not the bad people. We're just cleansing the market, the selling and selling and selling while everybody else is distracted. Well, if they call that well White Castle and the well is drilled and it works, and they find, I don't know what I can't remember what the target was, 20 million barrels of oil. I think it was more than that. Well, all of a sudden, that company, which is worth dreams, all of that sudden, that company, I'm making it up, it's worth $2 billion. Why? Because the oil's in the ground. They found it, 2 billion. You divide it by the shares, the stock's worth, I'm making it up, 120 a share. The shorts are screwed. And that happens when you discover the oil in a one-shot well. Now, in other projects, you got to drill a lot of wells. And even in this situation, the market might wait till you drill your second or third well into the same reservoir just to make sure that your volumetrics are correct. But the shorts are in trouble. Well, that's going up the value curve. That's a hockey stick. That's an S curve up the value curve. And the shorts can't stop it. That's where Railtown is. Railtown spent, I don't know, a decade from conversation to now in developing self-learning, I guess next generation is safe to say, first mover, closed system, AI products targeting $100 billion market or higher within 5 years. According to PricewaterhouseCoopers, AI could contribute $15.7 trillion to the global economy in 2023. I don't know what 15.7 trillion, what's 1% of 15.7 trillion? One 157000000. That's 15.7 billion. Okay, 15.7 trillion times 0.01. 157 billion divided by, no, multiplied by 25, divided by 170 million shares. If Railtown got 1% of that, and it's a 25 multiple, the stock would trade for $23,000. That almost seems ridiculous, but you get my point. There's a lot of upside here. You mock your audience. Please don't mock God, Mr. William, please. Number one, I don't mock God. I mock you. I mock you. But I don't mock God. And I hope God is paying attention to what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. Because what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians is worse than what was done to them before there was an Israel. So take your moralism and go somewhere else. We need to stop chasing stocks. If we could only get in early, have the courage to hold it. I think Ryan summarizes it pretty well. I'm really hoping, and Ryan, I think you've really kind of painted the picture perfectly. I really am trying to make a transition, even if it's with 10 of you, away from what's the next GME, what's the next AMC. The market's going to change. I think we're going, I've been telling you, these guys, they come on and tell you that I'm all full of it. But I've been calling for the S&P to go to 8,500, the Dow 65,000, the NASDAQ 30,000, Russell 4,000, gold 5,000, silver 120. I've been calling for that for months in a blow off top. It's still coming, I think. It's still coming. But afterward, I think the market, the overall market's going to crash. How does AI hold up in that? We'll find out. I think it will hold up. You can have sectors. It's called rotation of leadership. Maybe NVIDIA holds up still. But maybe NVIDIA doesn't trade at 70 times earnings, but only 30 times earnings, you know? But I like what you're saying. I'd like this stock to change this audience into real investors. And I wouldn't mind being the person that helps you, but I can introduce you to people I used to work with on Wall Street. You can go open an account with them and they'll handle it. Who knows? I don't think it would make sense for me to go back and work on Wall Street, but it would be fun if we had, we're not there yet, but what if we went to 4 million shares of Railtown and just in a dream, it, eventually is worth $100 a share and we keep that much. That's a pretty substantial fund. That's a pretty substantial asset base. And we could do a lot with it. There would be a lot of investments we could get into, like a venture capital fund, a private equity fund, or a family office. Some of you will be so wealthy, you can go hire your own group. But that's what I'd like this to be, is a way to get out of this hell we've been in. And I know there's a lot of people like Cindy Lou who doesn't listen because, oh, you're blaming it on a dead man. See, that's the emotionalism. I'm not blaming her for that, but that's the emotionalism these criminals want us involved in. This is about making money. And I'd like these people who have lost money maybe have a shot. I don't know that I'll ever have a story like Railtown again. And to this jerk's point, don't mock God. I'm not mocking God. Far from it. Far from it. But I think this might be, which might make some people in the audience uncomfortable. But this opportunity may be God sent. It may just be God sent. But we'll see. Good for you. 100. I think that is awesome. I think that is awesome. I'm proud of you, 808. You know what you can do with your 3,000 finger? I think the chart on Finger looks like it could have a reflexive bounce back up. That, if I'm right, the problem is, um, I'd like to see a better chart, but I'd like to buy a better charting service. But it looks like a declining wedge, which is a bullish sign. And if it snaps back up, you could sell the $3 calls or the $3.50 calls, even the $4 calls, short month, and just keep doing the short month on it and bring in some premium. And you could, I think you can do that all summer. I have a feeling with Finger you can do it for the rest of the time you hold the stock. I don't see a short squeeze ever happening in Finger, at least not in the current set of circumstances. Um, I wish I were in London. I'd go to that conference. I think he presents on Wednesday, tomorrow, I think. I think he'll do a good job, and the stock may go up. Finger may go up. And in that environment, maybe it goes to 3 or 325. Maybe you can sell the 350 calls, bring in some premium. If the stock goes away from you, it goes away from you, and you can buy back in. Or you can, if you do it several months in a row, you might bring in $1 a share, and you can learn. Ryan Sartell, I did the same thing. I love that. I love that. Ryan, see, Ryan, you're more cool-headed. It's very difficult to be out of favor and unproven. But here's the thing, Ryan, with Railtown, we don't have to wait. Well, we are waiting. It's painful. It is painful. But we don't have that 5-year wait that investors came in. We're coming in right at the end, and we're essentially paying what they paid. And you know, the funny thing is, if it goes to $4, I think it'll be worth $4 because then it will be proven. So I actually think with Railtown, we're getting in without much time to wait. Maybe a few weeks, but I think it could be tomorrow. You know, that's obviously I've been wrong, so I can continue to be wrong. But I don't think it'll be much longer than the end of the summer for Railtown to give you 10 or 15x on its way to higher. And once it's proven, the price won't be 40 cents, of course. But I think it is proven. It's proven in their press releases. It's proven in the AI space. It's proven in the fact that AI partners, you know, AI partners had 163 companies join its network. The 164th that joined, Railtown, they agreed to merge with. They didn't agree with any of the others 164, 3 or 4. They agreed with Railtown. What do you think that tells you? And these are the guys from Omers and from Constellation Software. They screened 165 companies, and the last one they agreed to merge with. What do you think that says about the unproven nature of Railtown? I think it speaks very highly for Railtown's product, and they specifically mention in the press releases conductor. They specifically mention it. It could be game 2.0, and it could be a great stock. It really could be a great stock. But you know, for the last, I don't know now, it's been 3 weeks. I've been talking about Railtown for a long time. But for this last period of time, I've really tried to only focus on Railtown. It's my way of emphasizing how important I feel it is to own Railtown. I haven't talked about silver, even though silver's breaking out. And silver's the same story. Once it breaks $40 instead of 40 cents, it'll never be here again. But I'm not even talking about that right now, because I want it to be clear to everybody listening to me, and there's not that many that listen anymore. And that's my own fault, I'm sure. But I want it to be clear as rain that I am pounding the table in my educational sense, in my editorial sense, in my strategery sense, not as financial advice. I cannot give financial advice. But Railtown is a stock that can recover your losses and get you away from the space calls, which are a huge waste of time, other than about, well, I don't want to say that. I think there's a lot of really good people on the space calls, a lot of them, and a lot of good investors. But there's a subset of space calls that are completely worthless, that mislead you. And to go over, like I do it in my life, to go over things that happened in the past. My dad used to tell me, murder the alternative. Murder the alternative. My dad went in, he was offered, after he got out of the Navy, I think that's when it was. Maybe it was before he got out. But he taught at the United States Naval Academy as well. But he was offered a job at a company called Ford Motor Company up in Detroit. And in one of the interviews, they took him through the offices, and his office would have been right next door to a guy named Lee Iacocca. Lee Iacocca. And I remember saying to him, my gosh, Dad, you would imagine where you'd be now. And he said, you got to murder the alternative. Once you make a decision, murder the alternative. And in investing, it's like in love, although I suck at that. You got to, once that girl blows you off, even though you're still in love with her, you got to murder that alternative. Not literally, but in your brain. Just end it and start looking anew. And you got to murder the alternative in these investments. If you've already spent 3 years ruminating on MMTLP, it's worthless. You've spent years ruminating on GTII. It's worthless, except right now you could sell it for 20 cents or 18 cents. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Man, I would sell out of that so fast and buy Railtown. But Railtown, I don't blame you guys for thinking Railtown is just another one of these manipulated stocks that Craig and the Green Ace is going to come and short into oblivion. They clearly they've already tried to do it. But they're going to have, they're going to have to ask United States to come in and do some heavy bombing, because they bit off more than they can chew in the case of Railtown. Railtown will need to raise more money. What's apropos what? Where you come up with that? Railtown raised about $500,000 from a strategic investment. Money is fungible. So if you have a bunch of investors that want to give you money at today's price, you're the CEO, you're probably going to say no, it's the wrong price. But if a guy comes in and says, look, I can bring you 30 family offices out of the kingdom and they'll each be, once they put the money in, they'll be long-term shareholders. But I'd like to be paid something. And the CEO says, well, we're not going to give you any shares. We don't do that. Well, how about you let me buy into the company at these levels? Well, we really don't need the money, but let me talk to the board. They come back and say, you know what, we'll let you buy a limited amount right now. And the guy says, well, I want a warrant a share. No. We'll give you a half a warrant up 50%. That's what they did. So they raised $500,000 US. I don't know that they need to raise any money at all. So now what? You're not listening, of course. Probably because when I get upset, I turn you off. But AI Partners currently is doing 400 million in revenue. I've read you the news releases, and the business plan is to roll up those affiliates in the company. Which ones do you think they're going to roll up? The ones doing no revenue or the ones doing the most of the revenue? They're already doing the revenue. So when you do the roll up, where does the revenue go? They're already doing revenue. Where is the revenue? It's still with the company. Okay. Now you're thinking. So they roll it up and there's revenue there. They don't need any money. They don't need any money. I think they are probably open to strategic investments. I think they're open to that. I wouldn't be surprised to see one or two strategic investments in their future, but they'll be getting something for it. It just won't be, as you put it, they need money. I think there'll be seeding. I'll give you, I don't know what's a good example, but let's say OMERS. I'm making it up. I have no idea if OMERS would be interested. But the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement account, the venture account, they say, look, we'd like to get in here and we'll make a year-long commitment, years-long commitment to be an investor in your company and add money to the share positions, buying in the open market for 2 or 3 years. But we'd like to get some of our shares. In other words, we're going to, let's just use a number. We're going to commit $25 million to buying your stock, or $50 million to buying your stock in the open market over the next 2.5 years. But we'd like to buy some stock now at these prices so that our portfolio can see a profit from those early prices. And as we're buying, we're always showing a good rate of return in this investment. I would expect that, let's say it's OMERS makes some sort of proposal like that. Why not? Why not give them 1 million shares at $2 or $3 or $5? Why not? Why not? I bet you'll see that, but they don't need the money. I don't know what, do you make a phone call to them? You know what you're talking about? Or you're just making a statement? I actually thought you were a real investor. I didn't know you're a short. Julie Kim. All right, Julie. $300 more shares and you can retire. That's a good job, Julie. Louis Shotland bought another 11,000. Yay! Okay, so he's a shill here. He's trying to get you to think like he is. My point is, once quantum moves, I'll be loading up on Railtown. Bullshit. Bullshit. Quantum's already moved, number one. Quantum has gone from $3 to $27. It's already moved. It could go higher. But by the time quantum, let's say quantum doubles from here, it goes to $60. By the time it does that, Railtown will be $5, and you won't be loading up on Railtown. I didn't know. It's good to know that you're one of the shorts. I didn't know that. He's just trying to get you not to buy Railtown. These guys are trapped in Railtown, I'm telling you. This gives me more confidence in my educational recommendation. All right, here comes another asshole with a fake name, MMTLP. What's your question mark? What do you want to know about it? It stands for Metamaterials Limited Partnership. Is that what you wanted to know, what it stands for? It was the rumpus of Torchlight Energy, which you guys shorted to oblivion. Torchlight did a reverse merger with a brilliant private technology company, which China will probably buy all of the technology out of bankruptcy. But when they did that, MMAT didn't want an oil and gas project, so they just made a private partnership as a distribution. You guys went in and you got it trading illegally. You committed fraud, but as you know, because you've purchased lawyers that will commit fraud for you, and you've purchased Congress, and you've purchased the journalists, and you've purchased some of the market makers, and etc. So you got MMTLP to trade, and then you shorted it into oblivion. And you're still trying to destroy NextBridge. And, I'm sure God looks down on you and says, Dennis Alex, AKA asshole, is a great guy. Oh, so now what? So now what is, I didn't know you were a short. I really didn't. No need to respond. GTI was a good investment. No, it wasn't. GTI was a shit investment. Absolute crap. And Finger still is. I think Finger is a good investment, but I got to tell you, so now what? I mean, are you an amateur or a short? I was trained at Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith. I was trained in New York, and that was an ongoing process. I was trained I was in the flagship office in my city, a big office. I was trained by seasoned older brokers, and I was taught one thing. When you buy a stock, you should have a reason why you're buying it. If you can't remember it, write it down. And there's only 2 or 3 times to sell that stock. If it reaches your target, but even then, it may not be suitable to sell. You should sell if the story changes and the outlook changes for the worse. Get out. The other time you should sell is if you have a better alternative. Simple as that. Now, you're a day trader because you think you're good at it. I don't advise people to day trade. They'll run into people like you and you'll steal everything from them. I'm not a day trader. But you have to sometimes trade. There is no way in hell that finger motion is as good of an investment as Railtown for the next 60 days, the next 90 days, the rest of the year. There is no way in hell that finger motion is as good an investment as Railtown. None. None. I think finger is a good investment if you're looking to expand, if you're diversifying your portfolio into China or into, I think Roth Capital has finger motion under telecoms. But finger motion's revenue right now comes from top-up business. That's like investing in a grocery store. It's about as exciting as that. I'm telling you, Railtown is just a gigantic opportunity, and I didn't know until now that it would be Branzini. I didn't know now. Oh, it was Branzini all along. Titalia could never do it. I didn't know you were a short. I really didn't. But now I do. No, GTII was a terrible investment. It was only a short squeeze. That's all it was. And it was working. And your guys popped the bubble on that short squeeze. It's a shit company. Always was a shit company. Finger, I think, has a lot of pieces that are very, and I like Martin Shen. But if you brought me 50 grand speculative money right now and said, where would you put it? And you listen to the green ace yesterday. How about diversification? Well, then I'd give you your 50 grand back and tell you to go to the bank or go buy an ETF or go buy some mutual funds. You can be diversified. Listen to that guy, keep you broke. Or if you came to me and you said, I got 50 grand to speculate with, where would you put it? Well, if you had come to me 6 weeks ago, I probably would have said silver, just hands down silver. And frankly, right now, if you wanted two things, I'd say silver and Railtown. But I got to tell you, right at this moment, I'd put it all in Railtown. All. Why? What's the downside of Railtown? You assholes aren't going to short it down. You've already had your fun. And it's not going to work. Now, you could make it volatile. There's a holiday for Canada next week. Maybe you'll short it that day. But you guys aren't going to get it down. And when they announce it, they're going to reprice it. I'm guessing it's 10x. It could be higher. It could be lower. Could take more than a couple of days. It could take weeks. But it's going to be repriced. I can't tell you that about finger. I can't even tell you that about silver. I think silver, when it breaks out, is going to go to 120. But if there's a big crash coming, I think silver will pull back in that crash. So unique on all opportunities that I see, and I don't see them all, Railtown gives you the chance to be in it as it's repriced. As it's repriced. Now, I'd like to think it's going to be repriced in a matter of days, but you guys will be shorting it. You guys will be shorting it. So maybe it takes 6 weeks, but I think it's going to $4 or $5 from 40 cents just on the reprice. That's not the finish. That's the starting point. I don't know. Finger motion is standing at the male tee at the, the first hole. It's got to start the race now at the women's tee. I don't know if that's a good example. It's going to start at a higher price. So I think you're just here trying to get people to not buy rail. I think finger's good. And I think finger, God, I'll be explicit. If you buy finger now, or if you hold finger, which is the same thing in my book, finger might go to 325, 350. If I'm reading the declining wedge correctly, finger could have a snapback rally. But finger by the end of the summer, I think it'll be 250. Knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. Finger right now, the only thing is if there's a surprise, if there's a coordinated buying, if there's prices going up and that causes more buying, that could all happen at any time in any of these stocks. But in general, I think finger will be 250, give or take 50 cents at the end of the summer. Where's Railtown, in my opinion, at the end of the summer? That's tough. I could argue $10 or 15 or 20 or 25, but I'll pick 12.50. How's that? End of the summer, 12.50. And you want to sit and finger because it's as you put it, a good investment. Are you trying to make money or waste my time? Railtown gives you a chance to change the size of your account. And look, these are all speculative. So you're already in speculative stocks. And Railtown has the risk of a speculative stock. But it has the upside of a winner. I don't know. So now what? Remember, Bill, if good people don't confront evil, then evil will grow. So keep up with it. Yeah. I don't know. I like to not focus on that, but that's tough. Oh, so now what wants you to in G-Bucks and SJYL? Guys, if you want to still chase shorties, go chase shorties. Listen to this guy. He'll take all your money from you. You're going to just bleed away and you'll have wasted a decade of your life. If you want out of this third-rate, fourth-rate existence in the stock market and go up into the private equity side of life, please just establish a position in Railtown. There's no sure thing, but Railtown is not a short squeeze stock. It's not a it's not a manipulated stock to try to get it go up. Don't listen to so now what. Don't put any more money in G-Bucks and ZJYL unless you really believe in it. G-Bucks, you know, I don't know what to say. I'm not trying to trash any other ideas. Do what you want. But I'm telling you, Railtown is a 10 to 12x in a short period of time with a fair degree of probability. It's not a guarantee, but I don't think you can say that about any other stock out there. So can you get away from your addiction to all these, oh, it's going to squeeze and so and so and chartist here and someone came on space and a CEO came and talked and you know, so and so's talking to Congress and these things. It's retail's time. If you want to be part of the fight for retail, fine. Join if you want to stand out in the crowd and fight for the environment or fight for you know, LGBTQ. So they put a vowel somewhere in there so it can be pronounced. Go stand and do it. You'll feel good about yourself. Join retail. You'll feel good. You'll just feel good. You're not going to make any money. You're not going to make any money. You're not going to make any money listening to So Now What. He just doesn't want you to be buying Railtown because he is caught by the short hairs. That's what's happening in Railtown. And one morning, they're going to announce that that deal's done, and the stock opens at 60 cents, and then it's 70, and then it's $1, and then it's $1.20. What the hell are they going to do then? Tell me not to mock God? Tell me God is watching? Remind me about all the shitty stocks other people recommended and that I've been talking about too? I want the hell out of all this crap. I want to talk about things that matter. I want to talk with accredited investors. I want to talk with people that have intelligence and care. I don't mind helping amateurs, but I sure as hell hate wasting my time with short sellers. Devalio. My sources told me Ham wants a larger audience than you have. Right now you have 32 watching. Yeah, great. Thank you, Devalio. I don't know if you're trying to be mean to me. Yeah, I know I have a small audience. I used to have a bigger audience. And you know, I think when I spoke out against, I think two things I did wrong is pointing out that the attack in the equity markets is mostly from a collection of men who happen to be Jewish. And I think that pissed people off. But hey, I guess truth hurts. But I did it in the context of CEOs. If you want to protect your company, recognize who's attacking you. I didn't say all Jews. I said 100, 200, 500 people. That's it. Whatever. The other thing is I've been very outspoken against Israel and what's happening in Palestine, and maybe that turned people off. I also was negative on Finger, and people don't like to hear that. But thank you, Develio, for pointing out I have 32 people. You know, it's something I couldn't have figured out for myself. And I appreciate that in your own passive-aggressive way, you're making fun of me. I think you can go screw yourself. I see at any one of your feeds that you cannot get over 50 people watching. Maybe that's why Ham switched. Thank you, Devilio. Why don't you go pound sand? It could be that YouTube is blocking how many users are looking. It could be that. There's certain things you don't talk about without feedback. Thank you, DeVillio. Why don't you go crawl under the rock you came out from? Why don't you stop watching so I have 31 people. I watched the account last night. I wonder if that's the one with Ben Affleck. Affleck. I might try to rent it tonight. Thank you. I'll see. You mentioned Ralph are 140 million. Yes, what's your point? Look, I don't know how many shares are going to be out, so now what? But you dickheads always point out anytime they raise money, oh, it's dilutive. Because you like to play with people's emotions. The research report gave an analysis that they assumed 20% dilution for shares over, they didn't give a time frame. But that was their calculation. So I used that. Let me just show you something. So now what, as you're trying to make people nervous about dilution. Let me just show you something. To everybody out there, the 31 people that are watching. Constellation Software, csu.to. Can you see that? Do you see the price? $4,900, $4,968. That's Canadian dollars. That's Canadian. That's Constellation Software. Now let me show you a couple things. This is the chart of Constellation Software. Do you see that? Now, right around 2013, it started its climb. Do you see that? From zero, it went to 5,000. Okay, now let me show you a couple things about Constellation Software. The current market cap of Constellation Software is 105 billion. Now let me, the PE ratio is massive. Let me show you, I just got to find the statistics. Oh, here it is. Look, guys, they want me to stop. I'm not going to stop till you own Railtown and until Railtown goes up. After that, you can go listen to him all you want. Go listen to these other people. Listen to them. Listen to Sanawa. Listen to DeVillio. Listen to them. Trust them. They're good people. All right. Look at share. It's hard to read. Let me just move this up a little bit. So you can look at the shares outstanding of Constellation Software, but you can look at implied shares outstanding, 21 million shares. 21 million shares. Now, let's see if there's a description let's just see, CSU .to research. Let's just see if there's any research on it. Colorado State. All right, let me type it out. Research on constellation software. This is why these guys are coming out against me, DeVillio and everybody. Okay, AI overview. Well, let's see, this might be research. Accept. Okay, I'll read this to you. This is from Quarter, and it's called, it's written last year. It's called Constellation Software, Acquiring and Empowering. Let's just see. Remember, the architects for Constellation Software are in AIP Partners. Okay, so let's Constellation Software, Acquiring and Empowering. Now, I read to you in the news stories that the business model, and I'm glad for the 31 people here that are listening. I appreciate it. DeVillio can go pound sand. I don't need any of that negativity. I really don't. Author Casper Carlson, quote, "You can't judge the quality." Now, I was trying to say something. I showed you the news story on the acquisition of AI Partners by Railtown, dated February 11th, 2025. And they say in that the model, the business model for AI Partners is to acquire meaningful recurring revenue by acquiring the affiliates, the best ones. So let's see what Constellation Software does. Remember, Constellation Software, the architects of Constellation Software are the dudes behind AI Partners. Some of them anyway. You can't judge the quality of this quarter's acquisitions by this quarter's profit. Listen to this. But after 85 acquisitions over a 13-year period, we seem to have developed a knack for acquiring fundamentally sound businesses at fair prices. This was stated by founder and president Mark Leonard in his letter to Constellation Software shareholders in 2008. 2008, they had already bought 85. 2008. The stock didn't start rallying until, I think I showed you, 2013. Today, 30 years after its inception, it's safe to say that CSI, Constellation Software, has become a true master of strategic acquisitions and long-term value creation. The company had its IPO in 2006. And it's very similar to what Railtown's not having an IPO. Railtown essentially is going public in the market as is. The company had its IPO in 2006. Early investors have seen their initial investments grow at a CAGR, compound annual growth rate, of almost 36% annually, with dividends reinvested. With a humble beginning on Toronto in 1995, CSI, Constellation, has, as of April 2024, acquired over 500 businesses focusing on niche vertical, remember that word vertical? Market software companies. And that's what's in the AI partners, vertical AI partners, AI companies. So they focused on niche vertical market software companies, and now it serves over 125,000 customers in 100 countries. Studying this company provides great lessons, whether you're a founder, manager, investor, or just interested in business. Constellation Software, and remember the architects are involved in AIP partners. Constellation Software has perfected a buy and build strategy focusing on acquiring and developing small, profitable software firms with niche vertical markets. Empowerment and autonomy. A key element of CSI's success is the empowerment of acquired companies to operate autonomously, just like AI Partners is set up already. This fosters innovation and growth within these firms, aligning with CSI's long-term value creation philosophy without micromanaging the day-to-day operations. Decentralized capital allocation. CSI's unique strategy includes decentralizing capital allocation decisions, allowing lower-level managers and acquired founders to take active roles in scouting and executing on new opportunities. This contrasts with traditional centralized models. CSI's Constellation's business model, known as buy and build, I'm sure that's what they're going to do here, is grounded on acquiring small, profitable software firms that possess deep customer and industry insights. This diversifies CSI's portfolio across a myriad of sectors, from municipal software to automotive repair shops, but also across geographies, US, Canada, Europe, and Australia. The key is to focus on VMS companies, those developing software solutions vertical for specific industries. This focus has enabled the company to harness the potential of niche markets that offer high margins and steady revenue streams, ultimately contributing its diversified and resilient business model. What kind of software do they look for? Companies they buy represent a lifetime of effort and talent. And they show three traits: an outstanding manager, consistent profitability, and above average growth. And then they describe their targets, and I'm not going to read all that. Post-acquisition, when a good company is acquired, they try to make it exceptional. Okay. History suggests we generally grow our acquired businesses. This is in a letter he wrote. Frequently providing additional products, such as Conductor, for them to sell into their installed base, and bringing our increased scale and best practices to bear upon their business. This is what AI Partners and Railtown are going to step into, this business model. They don't try to micromanage. The overall organization is heavily decentralized. We have a 14-employee head office, finance, accounting, acquisition, and tax and legal personnel. They provide the operating groups with capital allocation assistance and decisions. And we try to disseminate some of the best practices, a few clear rules, a bit of coaching, and ongoing. They go on describing it. I don't, it's too long to read it. It's boring. Capital allocation. So Constellation Software under Mark Leonard has mastered the art of strategic acquisition in the vertical market software sector through its perfected buy and build approach. This strategy focuses on acquiring small, profitable software firms with deep industry insights, diversifying CSI's portfolio across various sectors and geographies. By emphasizing empowerment and autonomous operation of acquired companies, CSI fosters innovation and long-term growth within these firms. All right, so I wish they could show one of the examples of their buying. Let's see, CSU.to. Motley Fool, 2 no-brainer stocks I'd buy right now. And one of these is this. Let's see if they talk about a purchase. No, they don't. They don't really describe it. So I'd love to know how they buy all these companies and keep their number of shares so small. And I think it's probably done with some sort of revenue sharing. But anyway, that's Constellation Software. It's those same guys behind, well, I don't know if they're behind, they're not behind Railtown, but some of them anyway, are deeply involved in the AI partners. That's a good idea. Ace is a good man. Hey, Augustin. So I think I have my data update, and I got it. My phone is going to lose its battery. Let's just check some of the news. Oh, there we go. Before I sign off, I'm sorry my audience is so small for Devilio. NASDAQ record closing high. And I've been calling for this for a long time. You can look it up, but they jump on me. They want you to, anyway, I'm tired of it. And I just as soon have 30 people. I just as soon not do this anymore. But I want to give a chance for some people to make money. There's a guy I follow who I think a lot of people listen to him, but it only shows a certain small number of names. And I might be in that situation with YouTube. I don't know. You can't say things about only one certain group of people. You can't say anything that it's, I've never seen, anyway, I don't want to go. I don't want to talk about it. All right, let's see if there's any. The news looks pretty good. It all looks pretty good. Not bad at all. I don't see any news of any interest. Ooh. All right. Oh God. Don't get into. I don't need any of that. I really don't need any of that. Okay. What time is it? 6:25. If anybody has something, I can wait 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to sign off. I have no audience, as DeVillio points out. No reason to be here, as DeVillio points out. And I can get on with my life. I really can. I really can get on with my life. All right, 4 more minutes. I'll wait. I don't know that I have anything to talk about, but I'll wait to see if anyone types anything. All right. Let me just look at the prices. Railtown closed 37.46. Don't get upset because some stupid these people are here. All right, accounts. I'm not going to do this forever, by the way, and that But I'll tell you, if we get a core group of investors who have assets, we could do something together, and I'm loyal to that. I wish people hadn't lost money in some of these other stocks. I lost money with you. They make fun of me of that too. But the system is rigged, and I don't think they're going to unrig it. It's too good. It's set up to make a lot of money for a certain group of men. That's it. That's it. All right, 2 more minutes. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm tired of waiting. For some things. On the other hand, what else can you do? All right, it's 6:28. I guess I've probably seen all the messages I'm going to see. I'll put these numbers in. I'll let you know tomorrow. And for those of you who find my audience too small, like DeVillio, please, you can listen to him on Space Calls. He has a large audience, and he has some great trading ideas. You can learn a lot on how to trade from him. So go over there. All right, I'm gonna say sayonara. Ciao to everyone. Peace in the world. I think your prayers were answered so far. Let's hope the peace holds.